Sadly, we're in
yes,
the
where
league
were we?
server, so there's a non-0% chance someone comes in and starts screaming racial epithets.
I think the only
That's
one who
always a
actually
non-0% chance.
I never lie.
Pretty sure the only one who can is Uzaru.
Exactly.
Is someone else also typing into my...
Usually.
How dare you hijack my...
Can we not bring up
Isn't that
Jack?
an invaders thing that you were fucking with Gumrak?
Okay,
What?
so I was zoomed in enough that I didn't, but zoomed out enough to where it was on the left side of a thing, but I didn't notice that it was red instead of orange.
Hmm.
I zoomed in enough where there was still one neighbor to the right, but zoomed out enough to where the red and orange weren't distinct enough.
Also,
Color buttons?
right. I
The
can't
color
help but
balance on
yes.
your monitor shit, or are you colorblind?
I can't help but notice that the noble characters have their coat of arm banners, but I don't. What the fuck?
Because yours isn't relevant on the map right now. Simple
Also,
as.
just the noble.
You will get your coat of arms when it becomes relevant.
Hell yeah,
Okay.
Thieves Guild coat of arms.
Yeah, coat of arms.
There is no real thing. There's no such.
Right?
There's no such thing, correct? You could probably get away with the Clan Shadowfang's banner, but
No.
he does have the armor of the chest plate of excessive arms. He does have a coat of.
I don't have a coat of arms though. I have a breastplate of arms.
What is a breastplate
Anyway, I'm
but a
done
coat?
derailing. We can get back onto it.
Are you? I don't. I think you've just begun.
Don't
Anyways.
worry, I'll remember that everything's going on in 5 minutes when I stop reading manga.
Anyways, where were you? Yes, you had taken the capital of Apton, much to everyone's celebration. Yes. And what else have you done? You've killed O'Hara and some of his guards, and you've I'd say rescued his little brother, but more like put under new management, I'd imagine.
Faith if again saves the day.
Yep.
Yes. And last we left off, Sabina was launching fireworks that looked suspiciously like her into the sky as celebration. Exactly.
Yes.
I recall a certain someone pocketing. I believe it was. I believe it was. I believe it was. Grand total of 5 containers worth 2,500.
I pocketed however many containers I could buy or I could get for 250 gold.
Yeah, you turn a. You could turn a profit on those.
I could, but I could also keep some of them as gear because that might be useful. I'll get a super soaker and fill it with holy water.
Yep. Anything else that needed handling before the game can start proper?
I don't think so.
Okay, so you're just you're saying that's 5 bottles of holy water?
Yeah, 5 bottles of holy water.
Did Chun already get
500
medical
gold
attention?
each. That's, I believe, where we should start. Chun, you find yourself in a medical tent. The woman, who you recognize as O'Hara's mother, is also in that tent. Seemingly better now. And the godling child is with her in her arms.
Don't refer
Okay.
to me that way.
Also, Bright, I need to make a blacksmithing check now that we've got some character downtime, so I can make that stave for Sabina.
I don't really think you have much downtime here, considering.
Well, I'll only need a couple hours to work the metal. I don't need a forge, do I?
I suppose not.
And Sabina will be supplying the magic fuel, so I can use the wand to imbue it with magic. So,
Well, we haven't really discussed what item you'd want to make first, so,
oh, it's stave. Just simple casting focus.
yeah. I'll give her a stick later. For now, roll a thing.
Alright, you will get George's stick. It's holy shit, this is the best fucking black
George,
metal stick he's ever made.
Listen, looking at Sabina makes George's stick real solid.
You walk into George's tent, like to the furious sound of ringing metal and grunting, and you gaze upon it, and it is the best stick you have ever seen. Your mouth salivates at the thought.
But why isn't he wearing pants?
I'm choosing to believe.
George always forges in nudes, especially now he's a skeleton. All right, you can get away with it now. Not so
I'm
much
choosing to
before.
believe.
Hammering his.
Thinking of Sabine.
He went off into a tent and just started hammering away at his stick.
I'm choosing to believe
Just
he took one of his
beating
swords
metal
and
into
was just
shape.
gnawing on it to form it. He's just chewing on a sword.
I've used
No,
magic metal to create and stave with a critical success for Sabina.
All right.
She will now have a glorious rod. Think of George whenever you grip it. It's quite girthy. Alright, I'll stop with the jokes. No, it's actually got a slight curve to it. It fits the curvature of the hand perfectly. Flared at the end, you know.
I'm amazed you could do all this with just your teeth.
Actually, I used the hammer.
Nah, you just chewed it out of a sword.
Anyways, enough of him chewing his rod in front of everyone.
No, if anything, that's...
He did chew it in
much
private.
fair. Oh, look, what Sabine does with my rod is up to her.
She's a dog girl, so chewing on rods is.
It's look.
Anyways,
it's becoming metal, quite durable,
and also quite lacking. Anyways, rods aside,
you'll find that it never goes off. All right, I'm gonna stop now.
No, you're not.
Yes. No, you're not. But also, yes.
No, I said I would. I can not if you.
Yeah, but I don't believe you.
No, let us
rods
continue.
aside, where were we? Ah, yes, Chun. Some people Kagami trusts are seeing to you, casting all sorts of magic on you, trying to fix you up. And it seems to be working a lot better than you'd normally expect, especially with the amount of wounds you've taken. And you recover, mostly intact. There. Let's say full. Fuck it, why not? I assume the rest of you who need medical attention got it in some capacity.
George didn't get hit once.
Tank, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, blame Verdant. It's literally his fault.
Anyways.
No, because you actively nerfed the abilities I was going to take to make myself a better tank. So it's like, alright.
I mean, to be fair, like,
Fuck.
the tank made out of bones would probably just have all the water flow right out of it. There's, like, kind of some large holes in it.
That was really bad.
That was, yeah.
Well, I didn't
You
expect
can
it to
do
be
better.
good. It's just, like, I mean...
Well, then you shouldn't have said anything at all.
If you don't have anything funny to say, don't speak at all, is what my mother always said.
I'm just, like, confused by the idea of making a tank out of bones is all. It just wouldn't work very well.
The celebration... Yeah, Chun's the only one in the medical tent. The celebration is really kicking off in the streets. You'd think these people would have been planning a parade or something with the amount of party supplies that seem to be just everywhere.
Strange.
Meanwhile, Kagami would grill Chun on what exactly happened in the castle. It is, well, the child is unexpected.
Unexpected. I would have expected Kagami to know.
It's the first of the Divine's, or the Absolute's children that I've seen ever since this whole thing kicked off. He sent an order ahead to have most of them returned to the Hidden City. Right about the time he sent the two of us away. No matter, the child is certainly good news. We can... Absolute, forgive me for saying this. We can use the child to access the Hidden City.
The rest of the army can keep the new Aptonites busy while we deal with that, right?
Exactly my thinking. We gather our little group and make our way to the source of the problem. Though, knowing how our luck's been, I worry for the state of the army should we leave them. It seems that any good luck we've had on this campaign came from external sources. First, our scouts missed an obvious opening in the city, then storms of all varieties buffeting our army as we approach the capital.
Yes, those were interesting coincidences.
Is morale low?
I had
or...
Morale is more... Well, you're not there, but
No.
You're off beating your hammer or beating your rod in your tent.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm off there.
Anyway, Kagami was about to say...
whilst being salivates at the tent flap.
And Kagami says, I've had one of my personal soldiers flip a coin ever since I suspected something might be happening. He hasn't gotten the guess correct once in about 500 throws now.
We did the math earlier. That's worse odds than 1 in 100 quintillion by a significant amount.
I feel it has nothing to do with odds at this point.
Yeah, so it is more important than ever that we resolve this quickly. Yeah, we have to move quickly then.
But what to do with its mother? She seems fine now that she's in its presence. But I wonder whether her state would worsen were she away from the child. It seems that the divine power of the godling is rubbing off on everyone around us. Chan, you look around the medical tent and notice that there's not any injured in here. In fact, you're alone with the mother, the child, and Kagami. Though you and Kagami are speaking away from the mother, on account of discussing what exactly to do with the child.
Yeah. Okay. Assuming that something bad might happen, we could just take the mother along.
Perhaps it's for the best, though she might slow us down. In fact, everything in Apton seems intent on slowing us down. Hell, even the celebration seems to have distracted most of the soldiers.
Say, were you there when O'Hara and the Absolute had their last conversation?
I hadn't seen O'Hara since the tournament. I had assumed he was making himself a nuisance somewhere, but he didn't pop up on my radar, so I counted my blessings on that.
So you don't know about any bargain he made with the Absolute?
Bargain?
His dying words were, I kept up my end of the deal. Now it's your turn, while looking at the statue of the Absolute.
That's certainly
fascinating, isn't it? It's also interesting that you don't know about it.
I seem to have been kept in the dark about a few things. The child, O'Hara. O'Hara did have a house in this city, courtesy of his relation to the Absolute, even if he tried to sever it as much as he could.
I would like to visit
and the
it.
Man, exactly my thinking. The man seemed egotistical to a fault. Not a chance he wouldn't have written his words down somewhere.
There's also something else I would... something more pragmatic. Do you perhaps have a better set of light armor I could use?
Nothing better than what you have for light armor. I think I saw your skeleton friend carry off a bag of the stuff. Figured he'd share some of that.
I didn't have the opportunity to ask him yet.
Unlikely I'll find any in O'Hara's place. He was quite adamant about showing off his cursed scales.
Yeah, that's a curse I do not wish to have.
You shouldn't wish to have any of them. Blasphemy is against the absolute.
For now, I have deemed it necessary, but it's good that there's an easy way to get rid of them once we are done with the whole sun business.
In any case, let's try to make our way through the city without being trampled underfoot by parade.
Yeah, Chan is also going to talk to George and ask if he can make her some light armor.
Chun goes off to George's tent, sees him hammering away at his rod. She's very impressed with the quality of the rod.
Very much so. So, Invader, is George willing to use some of the metal to make a light armor set for Chan? Assuming you are present.
Hmm?
He is absent. Possibly.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Nani?
Chan asks
You're being
you
gassed.
to make a set of light armor for her because the padded one is a bit outdated.
And also
Sure.
a bit perforated.
That was magic metal, wasn't it?
The padded armor? No, she just had regular.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Fine.
Pretty sure that was the first armor set I ever bought.
Okay. All right. If we have are we heading anywhere real soon, or
Just a small visit to the House of O'Hara.
all right? Well, as long as the carriage doesn't bounce too much, I can forge something on the way. Needs a mage to imbue the wand with magic, though. Because I don't
Kagami
really
would.
feel like hurting myself to do it.
Kagami would chime in and say that we aren't leaving the city just yet. You should have some time.
All right. I will make Chun a cursed magic metal.
Are you sure you want to use the cursed stuff?
Chun, do you want me to use the cursed stuff?
No, thank you. I don't think it would provide any benefits to her.
Oh. Fine.
I mean, no, the amulet, if anything, makes the curses stronger, but, you know.
I mean, I thought Chun was going all in on being cursed.
No,
I mean,
she
what
just...
with the amulet, the blood, collar.
no, the collar is something else. The curse is only... she only considered the curse because A, she saw O'Hara use it in a tournament, and B, she found the amulet. Otherwise, she wouldn't have considered it.
Alright. I will
Why?
use my last piece of standard.
Didn't you get like 12 pieces of standard magic metal from that?
No, I didn't.
Wasn't it? I swear it was way more than 2. Oh, sorry.
You
Oh,
got
no,
a-
I have no
You got a
standard
ton of that.
It was just the 3. The 3
You
high
do-
quality. That was
No,
all
you
I
had a bunch
and I already
of-
had 2, so I had 5. And I just
I mean-
used 1.
I'm assuming you fished out the gear that the
Yeah, I did. And you said that aside from the Odachi, which is still fully forged and just decursed, I could only add 3. 2 was still cursed. Unless I go back and purify them to
Well-
2 more high quality magic.
Didn't like
I
4 or
believe-
5 people
Wasn't it
fall in
3
there?
full sets of armor?
Yeah, you had like there were like a grand total of like 6 sets of armor there. And most of them
2
were
sets
just
of armor.
purified.
That's
Still
Yeah.
cursed.
not what I was told before. I will add those in now. I now have 10 high quality magic.
Yeah, there were only like 3 pieces of cursed equipment left.
All right. Well, with that, also that's a bit too silver to be something George makes. But whatever.
Anyway, while
All
they're
right.
doing that, I assume you're gonna
I will
keep
use-
hammering away.
Yeah, I will
How
use
much?
an high quality magic metal to make Chun a nice set of light armor.
So how much of this
I
time would have
will-
been spent by May going around fueling festivities?
What exactly is May attempting to do? Because she's got a bit of time.
I mean,
almost
okay.
as high quality as
How
the
long
same.
was she fueling festivities for? Is what I'm asking.
Also, it's the breastplate of it is designed to accentuate the tits.
All right.
Fair enough.
1 moment. Let me just paste.
I rolled a 14.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, yeah, that's more like something George would make.
And let me just.
Are you considering items made out of magic metal to be magic items, or just items made out of magic metal?
No, they are magically empowered in some way. Whether that's just improved defense or an ability, it depends on what it's made.
Right.
Like
But
what
are
the
you
intent of
consider
the
them
magic
magic
caster, what
items
it is at
for the
forge.
purpose of limited numbers of magic items that are usable?
I have posted the stats of the armor. Also,
Accentuates
I did not.
this, like this, or even more than that.
That's fine. Yeah.
Actually, it wouldn't be under armor. It would be under clothing.
So does that count
Because-
as a magic item?
Yeah. That is not. It does not weigh you down like a magic item would.
No,
In that sense.
armor doesn't. But if I had made like another amulet or another collar, that would have. Yeah.
You could probably have Birdie make you something, or just use some of the stuff that the samurai had because theirs was pretty decent, all things considered.
Could I have not made that with an improved magic defense?
This is the best you could get out of light armor, even at your skill level.
Okay. All right. And yeah, I can.
You could probably
make it
stack
better armor,
you
sure.
could probably stack a talent or something in there, but that would make it count as a proper magic item, which would put Chun over her
Person to
limit, I
wear
think.
it, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, I would have to choose whether or not I would have a talent, and then I don't know, get rid of the long hand.
Yeah, I can't add any more magic items to myself either because that would push me over my limit.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, I guess something that I didn't
know how
hear.
it feels. It's rough.
No, I was asking exactly what Wolf Settler asked if that counts as a magic item.
It's technically an item made using magic, but it's not
Right.
capital
Yes.
M magic item for the terms of
Yes,
terms
that's
of
what I
weighing
was
you down.
asking. I got the same answer that out of Wolf Settler's
Yes.
question. Now,
Anyways, that's what George is doing.
No.
May,
No, it's-
you were doing something with the citizens in the parades.
well, what I was doing at the end of last session was selling them party supplies. I don't know how long that would have taken though, or I would have been doing that.
I
for.
believe we already rolled for that last time. So May is just still doing that, earning her money.
Yeah.
I imagine
So,
Kodrak is doing much the same, picking pockets in crowds.
Yes.
Because I don't know. I'm figuring maybe if she gets back And around the time any of that gear is being reworked, May has currently 0 armor, so be pretty decent for her to requisition something light and easy to move in.
Alright, that's what the rest of you are doing. Shun goes off with Kagami to O'Hara's place. Give me a survival check to see how well you navigate the crowds.
Finally, I can use my survival stat.
Alright, you move through the crowd. At a certain point, you realize the crowd is too dense and decide to move on the rooftops instead. Kagami follows suit, keeping pace. And you make your way to a small walled-off area. It looks kind of like a manor, almost, but it's not as big and fancy as some of the other noble manors you've seen in Hagia. There appears to be no one home at the moment.
Well, enter anyway. We are the highest authority in the land.
Well, we're operating on behalf of it anyways. Kagami does something to the lock and it decides to obey. You enter inside. The place has seen better days. Dust covers most of the surfaces.
Okay, let's look around then for anything more recent than other stuff.
You poke around the house, finding what looks like a study of some sort. Less dust here than most of the other places. And Kagami starts picking through the various scrolls on the shelves and whatnot, trying to find something of O'Hara's. Give me a perception check. See if you're doing this, or see if you find something.
Oh, oops. Fuck. Hey. There.
It takes a bit of time, but you end up kicking the desk in frustration, and a drawer flings open that you hadn't seen before, containing what appears to be a diary or a journal. What's the difference, really?
Okay, let's read it then.
You begin reading it. Most of it is just O'Hara rambling about the unfairness of life. Things about the Absolute being a rat bastard, etc., etc. Mostly heretical nonsense, really. However, some of the more recent entries appear extra upset. He writes about how even though he's gone through all of the effort to curse himself like this, to try and sever any bond he had with the Absolute, he finds that the old man is still sending him visions. He discusses how he's attempted to reject him several times, but each time the Absolute seems more urgent. Until he finally gives in one night, hoping possibly to scream at the Absolute to leave him alone and whatnot. But instead ends up making a deal with the man. He could have basically everything he wanted, and his family would be set for, well, not just this life, but several lives after that. And the Absolute would get his comeuppance. All he had to do was stall some of the Absolute's friends when they decide to siege the city. He didn't understand a whole lot of it, but he did see that it was important that he do his best to delay you, even if he has to give his life trying.
That's interesting. Well, show it to Kagami, see what he thinks. What could his plan be that he doesn't want us to interfere?
Kagami seems somewhat distraught with the nature of the child and the seeming orders O'Hara was under to purposefully delay Chun and Kagami. Kagami seems distraught. Says we should probably hurry.
Yeah, we should.
I fear the Absolute may be doing something that can't be undone.
That's his whole plan, isn't it?
I fear, in desperation, he may have chosen to pass on his divinity.
So,
I had discussed it with him before, of course. The whole idea ended up not being a good one. It would grant tremendous power to whoever he chose to pass it on to, and none of the chains of divinity. But it would leave the Absolute, well, if it went right, it would leave him dead. If it didn't, it would leave all of Hagia much worse off.
So, his plan may be to, what? Turn the child into a demigod?
A manner of speaking. All of the powers of the Absolute, without any of the responsibilities.
That explains a lot.
The problem, of course, happens if he doesn't transfer all of his powers. Currently, the Absolute is held in check by the fact that he is both man and divine. Should the divine remain without the constraints of the man, Hagia itself would possibly crystallize, become an unchanging constant in the world.
So what, he would be like Hagia's god of eternity?
The traditions holding the Absolute to account would apply to everyone. Nothing would ever change. A whole nation in stasis.
Yeah, we should hurry then.
Agreed. He decides to, instead of following your run, he decides to take the weird door gate thing that he can summon. Though you can't seem to pass through it no matter how hard you try. He simply tells you to meet him at the city gates. He's going to gather your friends.
Yeah, pass. Damn.
Now,
Okay.
what are the rest of you doing? George is probably the first he's going to visit. You see Kagami walk in the tent, tell you to get the armor you're working on for Chun and all of the supplies ready. We're going on an expedition. Next up, probably Sabina. Where are you? All right. He interrupts your enchanting process and tells you to pick up the child from the medical tent. Bring the mother along if it's faster, but he would prefer nothing slow us down. Next, Sean, Aethif, one of the people you're pickpocketing suddenly turns out to be Kagami. And he informs you that your companions are all gathering at the city gate. You might want to hurry along.
Yeah, I say thank you and hand him back one of the coins as a tip.
As you do, the man you pickpocketed is suddenly no longer Kagami. The man seems confused by the tip, but accepts it, not realizing that you'd pilfered his pockets.
Wonderful. How much money did I make?
The man had 5 gold on him. You had handed him a coin back, though.
Bronze.
I see. Okay. May, you're off pawning party supplies.
Sorry, was the 5 gold from just him, or did I get any more while I was pickpocketing other people?
I think we handled your pickpocketing last session, so I'm not.
Did we? Okay, cool.
Oh no! You just grabbed some porcelain, right? Give me a thievery check, just to.
Would that be trickery? Or
Yeah, trickery.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. The crowd is easy, and you made another 70 gold without anyone being the wiser. May, as you're reaching into your bag to pull out more party supplies to discerning customers, exactly. You pull out Lord Kagami, who informs you that your presence is required. You're pretty sure he shouldn't have access to the bag, or...
I'm pretty sure he's worth, like, too much to just be able to be pulled out of the bag.
Exactly. But, you know. This violates several things you know about both the bag and...
we don't really do slavery.
Yeah, the dimension it reaches into.
More expensive.
He doesn't elaborate and just goes back down into the sack.
My gold now looks like a price tag because it's 2,144.99.
You feel lucky and you find a bronze just lying on the ground.
It must be good karma for giving that man a bronze.
Your karma is now back to horrendous.
How long has it been since the thing yesterday, anyways, or since the end of the fight?
It has been at most a few hours.
Most a few hours. Cool. Yeah, that is an
all of this happened.
Time to be able to forge a set of armor and a staff. With
the man's experienced.
No, he's just trying to find like the correct gemstone for fitting in the.
Well, no. He made the staff fine. It's Sabina who needs to put the enchantment in.
A good blacksmith still needs to spend time on his craft.
Not when he has 10 arms.
Or, well, he doesn't have 10 arms. Not when he's very experienced. He was making swords for an entire fucking war band at one point of his life. So exactly. He can heat it as he forges it to the temperature he wants. He doesn't have to like keep shoving it into the forge to reheat the metal, keep it the right temperature the whole time. That's just
Forging
not
is
a
just step
requirement.
one. Then there's like finishing,
No, it's
polishing.
if okay, you might be underestimating how long it can take to actually stretch out and shape the metal itself to begin with. Because that's
argue about this for another
hugely
minute. I'm being called
involving
away. I'll be right back.
Innovator, I'm not underestimating this. What I'm also aware of is that sanding and polishing takes a long fucking time.
Yeah, but he has literally an adamantine skeleton. He can just he can sharpen normal metal on his ribs.
Your ribs are like coarse.
Well, no, but you know what I mean. Like he can just. So if he needs to shape metal, like sharpen metal, he can just fucking roll it around in his body, and like how they do with kitchen knives, like the sharpening rod. He can just do that with like his arm.
I'm more
In fact, if
confused now.
anything, it'd be the handle and the pommel and guard of a sword that would take him longest. Like the fittings, not the actual construction of the thing, not the sharpening. Yeah, he's a very skilled blacksmith. So I see. I don't understand what's so hard for you to understand. He has a magical hammer, and he's actually as talented as I think I can get him to be. What? I'm not. It's not possible to get any higher.
I'm back.
And
Not at this level. Well, with finesse, that would be the limit. Yeah, +8.
handcrafted. It's that handcrafted artisan-made items take a fair amount of time to make and finishing. Even if you're very skilled, you might end up taking more time because you're spending more time fussing over the details to sell it to a higher paid
Maybe
client.
for mortals.
It's not necessarily as if the amount of time to create an item goes down when it's a higher quality.
I'm sorry to tell you this, Egg, but this is a fantasy setting. I'm playing a fantasy character, undead blacksmith with a magical fantasy hammer.
With the hammer and wand, it takes him a lot less than you'd expect to make something of high quality.
Yes. Yes. Also, Sabina does need to come over and assist George with his wand.
Yes, but what about the enchanted item?
When George has made the breastplate and handed it off to Chun, and he's still holding the unpowered construction of the stave, he will come up to Sabine and say, I need you to help me with my wand.
I need you to help me jork it.
He doesn't have the facilities for that.
Anyway,
Come on, just touch it a little. It comes out the tip. I just spray it on the work object. It's fine.
all of you make. Actually, you know what? All of you give me survival rolls. I want to see how long it takes you to get through the crowd.
There's a crowd?
Aerial transport flying.
What crowd? What?
All right. As you're making your way to the city gates, as you were instructed, the last one who arrives.
Be able to fly make this.
Well, you can just skip the crowd if you can fly. Fortunately, it's not day yet, but it's gonna break sometime soon. So the last to arrive is George.
Hmm?
The child. Oh, right. I almost skipped that. So, Sabina, how do you go about this? Kagami said he preferred a child alone, but city gates. Yep, you're heading out as fast as possible. Nope. Nope. I believe it was ERA, if I recall correctly. I think it was Iori, if I recall. Yes. Yes. She doesn't really know you, but you were in the group that rescued the child. Give me a speed check. See if you can persuade the woman. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure that's enough, to be honest. Yeah, because the mother says she can't just abandon the child. I mean, she already lost one today. She makes her way out of the bed. A lot more spry than she was last time you saw her, but slow nonetheless. She accepts. All right. So the last person who arrives at the gate is in fact Sabina. But the rest of you gathered there, mostly curious as to what's happening, I imagine. Kagami stands on a nearby milk crate to address the group. We've recently learned that we do not have much time. We are to take the child and make our way to the hidden city. I will rely on your help to see me through this. I'm afraid the luck of those native to Hagia has run dry. Suppose so. I have informed my generals to cover our flank as we advance back through the border city. From there, it shouldn't take more than another week to find the hidden city. Though, with our luck as abysmal as it is, I imagine it'll take longer. We have enough supplies to last us to the border city. And I worry that traveling with more than that will simply risk the supplies getting lost again. Not to mention slow us down. I believe the Absolute is dying. I believe he's looking to die on purpose. That child, the woman carries, is to be the next Lord of Hagia. She seems like she already knew this. It's sort of obvious when you see the divine glow the child's giving off.
Hmm.
I'm hoping to prevent it, yes.
Yes, stopping it is likely the safest option.
Never was much of a speech giver, he says as he hops down off the milk crate.
Chandler smiles at him. Ah, I could have done worse.
Yeah, I'm usually the guy who writes them.
I had to give a speech once. Nearly lost my title of land over it. My lord did not take kindly to the things I said about how his son died in that duel against my son. Good times.
Yeah, I once gave a speech in a tavern back when I was alive the first time. It started a riot. Good times back then.
Yeah.
Well, it seems morale is high among all the people who matter here. And he looks over at the city. Their morale doesn't seem to be dropping anytime soon. You set off. What little supplies Kagami's prepared is handed out to each of you. Safer that way.
Before we head out, it would probably be smart to requisition some armor from May, if possible.
Well, I'm not sure George can work on the road. True.
As most of us have to sleep. So yeah, pretty sure he could.
So he can do another roll when he gets to a camp. Speaking of, whoever wants to lead the group, roll survival.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah, I have +2. Let us see. Me rolling a 1. Haha.
You you make decent pace. About a third of the way to the border city. But It seems that the road ahead is rather flooded. You would know that crossing it would take you a bit of time, and the sun is almost rising, or it is basically sunrise at this point. So you decide to duck into a nearby ditch, considering no convenient caves have presented themselves. Kagami sets up a very pristine-looking tent cover, but that's about the only cover the undead among you get.
So I keep getting messages. What was going on? Sorry. Ah, cool. Oh, whenever George is in the tent, he just won't be wearing this helmet. No, I can kind of just do it.
Yeah,
there's no role for the enchanting. I just need someone to fuel the wand.
Really, it's a question of what you want in the wand.
Yeah, what's the effect you want? Because I can just make a regular wand that will empower you. But if you want the wand to do something on its own, you need to need to do that.
What do you?
Well, what do you want?
What do you want the wand to do? Is the question?
What's the effect you want? End result. In the end result.
You did ask for the wand.
Yeah. So George will stand there and ask.
So a resistance. A personal resistance against illusion? You want the illusions to be more
Alright.
Okay, I'll think of something. Meanwhile, the rest of you
like
notice that the
like that movie scene in Ghost with like pottery. It's that, but skeleton, red skeleton with Sabine and the wand, just enchanting the stave. Yes. He's not doing this to be any which way. It just, you have to do it this way. You have to fuel it. Trust me, it's a lot more awkward when it's die. He's not capable of that. Those feelings vanished.
While you're contemplating what to put on the wand, the tent, having been dug into a ditch rather than just set up over ground, begins flooding. The skeletons among you probably don't mind, but the supplies might be an issue.
Have Sterek provide an earth wall to protect against the flooding.
All right. Thinking quickly, Sterek manufactures a stone wall. Wonders aloud why he didn't just do this instead of setting up a tent.
Well, he was never the best at forward thinking.
He'd give you some sort of scathing remark about you being a civilized person and him being a superior savage.
I'll have you know, many people call me savage. Mostly before I kill them.
um. Well, you patch up the hole in the side of the tent, and you get some rest. It's not particularly comfortable, but it's enough to hide you from the sun at least. And soon enough, before you know it, time to move comes again. But how are you going to cross the flooded area?
How big is it?
Inflatable kayaks. I'm joking, but
Perfect.
You can.
Like,
I mean,
inflatable kayaks it is.
you can probably get it from the bag. Thinking about it.
I don't think that would actually transport everything very well, though, and as funny as it would be.
Well, you lot spend a good chunk of time magicking a bridge to get across. And as you make your way across the flooded bit of land, you decide that hurrying might be in order, considering it looks, well, the rushing water looks like a dam just burst and is almost on your tail.
Oh, I wish.
3
Surely
Georges,
not.
Brooke?
Look, no. Come on. I'm just getting like that the Valkyrie one like meme. It's like the making my final attack run on the 3 Gorges Dam now. What? We didn't order any attack. Turn around now. See you in Valhalla.
All right.
Well, how do you respond?
I don't think
It
we
is,
can outrun it.
Yeah, it is moving a bit faster than you are. And by a bit, I mean quite a lot. Sabina fashions a boat.
Chan just gets a piece of wood and surfs on her own, ready to show off.
Give me an athletics check.
How?
How's the weather looking right now? Otherwise,
It is night and it is cloudy.
the cloudy night. Brilliant. I'm just flying.
You all see May leave all of you to your
So, from the vantage point, is there anything else I can see up here?
Chan surfing on the waves, looking really cool.
You see Chun surfing. You see a very old looking boat summoned by Sabina. I don't know who's joining her on the boat. I don't know what the rest of them are doing.
Is there like any boulder just sticking out the ground?
Give me a perception check to see if you see anything.
Anything I can see of the land. That's what I was asking when I said what I could see.
If you keep going for another another mile or so, there is raised land after this flooded area. George doesn't really see much sticking out in the flat land that he's currently finding himself in.
All right. Well,
So I will relay that information to them, and I use I just empower the boat with dark magic or darkness.
Gauntlets of sugar. I just cling onto the bottom of the boat like a fucking barnacle.
And I shore up the boat with some Flex Seal.
May pulls out Flex. Wait, do you pull Flex Seal out from your bag? Because applying it now might be a bit, time consuming, considering the wave is about to crash into you.
Okay. No, it was half a joke, but I do want to protect the boat from the wave. I assist with my magic.
All right. You
This might be somewhat fitting.
I will I don't know, some sort. I will supply the boat with a winds magic to blow it forwards, sourced from some artifacts.
a bag of wind is opened. It blows the boat in the correct direction. Let's see. All right. You all crash on land, marooned by the wave. Except for Chen, who's surfing. She lands.
That doesn't sound fun. All right.
It feels like a car crash, but you feel most of your bones in place. It hurts like a bitch, but only superficial wounds. The things you can fix.
All right. The benefits of being undead and having unbreakable bones.
The benefits of not being on the boat and instead just pushing it harder. This is the second shipwreck supported by Papa.
that would make it the fourth shipwreck everyone's been in. Yeah.
Will be back.
Give me one more survival check to see if you can find where you need to go rather than where you currently are.
Survival. We are not at the hidden city.
John's relatively sure that you need to head northish. Where north is that way, I guess. Her directions do lead you in a good enough direction to where you can find the river that connects you to the border city. And from there, in about a day's worth of travel time, you make your way back to the city. Far less on fire than the last time you were there. There is no rebels.
Wait, did we turn around in the minute that I was AFK? What?
No. Yeah, the two waterways.
Yeah, we were heading this way.
Right.
Something tells me we have saboteurs.
Well, the city is at least peaceful. Though rain does come rather hard while you find a place to take shelter. I have a feeling he knows we talk him out of this.
Good.
I suppose he doesn't want to be talked out of it.
But that means there's still a chance. Well,
I've been in situations like this before, like when people didn't want their teeth pulled and they let them decay. Solution always was strap them down and pry their jaws open and do it anyway.
Rather barbaric.
Well, how else do you do it when they bite down so hard they threaten to break their teeth open? I had a man
And hey,
once
we
dislocate his jaw trying to stop me from pulling a rotten tooth.
we just knocked them out with magic.
you know, like a civilized people.
You have
George,
magic
looks
for,
at-
just remember
for
how
removing
good
you have magic for removing teeth, but not just fixing them.
Well, you can't just fix a tooth, you have to remove it and then regrow it from scratch.
I was a lowly blacksmith. What do you want from me?
As a quick tangent, in Japan, they're a few years out from making that an actual thing, apparently.
Oh, that'd be neat.
Nice. Anyways,
Regrow teeth from scratch.
I'm a blacksmith. Like, I know the technique. You do it quick and easy. You grab it, you don't crush it. Then you pull, twist, pull. It comes right out. It's over in
a lot easier to do
Not even.
a lot easier to do the pulling and twisting when they're not actively fighting you. And not in
Well, most
pain.
people don't. Most people just accept it. But you get the odd one who's baby about it. Forget the fact that they've just stabbed or been stabbed.
Yes.
But as you pass through the gate city after getting some rest, the biome goes from low flatlands to a more temperate jungly affair. Shoots of a weird looking tree that's very thin and grows in straight lines.
What, bamboo?
Hmm. Yes. Yes, exactly.
Careful. It's easy to get lost in such forests.
Very flammable too, from what I recall. Kagami says pointedly at Shun.
I will not set fire.
In the first day of the trip, surprisingly, aren't buffeted by too many natural disasters. Though the forest itself is rather difficult to navigate through. Yeah, let's see how far you make it.
Bit better than last time.
You are now deep within the Midlands of Hagia, and about now, Kagami decides to take over the lead of the group, or rather, he decides to let the young godling point the direction. Though it is rather strange, the godling is seems pretty old for a child that was born not 6 weeks ago. Judging by your estimate, he's 1, maybe 2 years old now.
Well, he was in his late 20s, early 30s when he ascended.
That is true.
We've got some time then.
Let's hope it's enough.
Well, give me actually, this would be Kagami's role on this, because he's got the kid. All right. He interprets the orders from his lord's child like a well-trained servant, and before long, you find yourself following a river upstream. The bamboo forest giving way to what appears to be a cherry grove. The light of the city almost blinding you as you approach, considering the weather's been entirely dour as you've been traveling. And you find your way to the supposed hidden city. There is a thick mist around the entire place. It seems like the city itself isn't even real. Or at least the location it's located at isn't. Regardless, you're here.
Yeah, in the actual city this time. Though only Chun and George were here before.
I think.
No?
Who else was there? Was Zerazim and Carr who were with you? Or.
Yep.
Morkan and Carr who were with you? Though, you don't remember it from this side. You seem to have. The carriage you've taken seems to have taken you straight to the very top of the structure.
Yeah.
I mean,
we haven't been to the city proper.
With us this time with like the child and all.
Well,
as you approach the gate, the environment begins snowing.
This would suck if I could feel the cold.
Well, Chun doesn't care.
That's seemingly not good for anything. If you're judging by Kagami's reaction. Snow in the middle of summer. Preposterous. But you make your way to. Yeah. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna toss this over to you rather than you. Anyways, you make your way to one of the gates. Whatever, whichever doesn't matter. There, it's
It's mirrored.
Yep. Well, this guy would be here then. If. In any case, the large imposing gate.
George will push them open.
They don't budge.
George will persuade them open.
Doesn't really seem like there's much you can do about it.
Alright.
Actually, hold on. You should be on the other side because the doors aren't in the correct position for this. Yeah. But, anyways.
Are there hinges?
On the gates? Nope. Doesn't seem to be visible. It's a well-made city gate, and this thing isn't getting besieged anytime soon.
Sabina shouts, Envoy of Willand, seeking audience with the Absolutes. She would flash the token at the gates, for the Alliance.
Thank you for saying the token.
No one responds. It's rather quiet.
George will start climbing.
Hold on. I will pass Sabina a microphone and tell her to try speaking through this, or a megaphone and tell her to try speaking through this.
She looks at the megaphone questionably, and then repeats, though of course cringing immediately at the first second as it overwhelming noise.
Yeah.
Looking at May again, and then shouting, Envoy of Willand, seeking an audience with the Absolutes. Open these gates.
There appears to be no response. The two windows on the side reverberate with the noise, though.
George will. Can I see in this
She
window?
hands the megaphone back.
He peers over the barrier. Also, that is not how large that's supposed to be. There we go.
Ah.
Thank you.
That's
so
better.
Okay, so it wasn't as gigantic as I thought. Okay.
No.
How much should I, Brett, how much should I mark off for this megaphone that I now own?
How much is a megaphone? $50?
Sure.
Yeah, 50 gold.
Could probably get it cheaper. Could probably get it more expensive.
George looks over. Does he see?
Cheapest variety is 30.
You see someone inside. They're not responding, though.
George will just bang on the window a little harder.
Nope.
Hey!
No response.
Alright, George will break the window.
Alright. Guess roll an attack against it.
Alright.
It's not your best bunch, but enough to smash a window.
Right. Once George has smashed the window, he's just going to climb through because he doesn't need to worry about broken glass.
The man still hasn't responded to any of this.
Is there a way through to the central bit?
There's a door on the side. You can tell much. Well, no, not in the central bit. The door is. Well.
So no.
Is there? No, there's no direct way into the central bit.
Well, we can just climb through the windows, can't we?
I think George would have probably pulled most of the broken glass through with him, yeah. Alright, well. Crunch, snap, shards, glass, crunch, snap. Crunch, snap.
I'll be right back.
I'm talking to you.
As you approach the man, you notice that despite all the noise and whatnot, he hasn't responded once. In fact, he doesn't seem particularly responsive to anything you do.
Is he dead?
You wouldn't say dead. Closer to sleeping, but not really waking from it.
Oh, that's not worth checking. I don't want to die. Again.
Is there any lever or something in here that opens the gates, or is it just
Give me a perception check.
not great? Some not entirely skilled in, but better than expected. Actually, exactly on par for expectations.
Yep. You notice that the tables have a mechanism for controlling the gate.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, let's try fiddling with the mechanism.
You're not sure how you do it, but after a few attempts, the gates start swinging open. Let's see. Can I actually do this? Probably not. Yeah, no.
Oh, it's because you made the walls.
The gates themselves are not two objects, is the problem. So the gates open, and I'm just gonna
delete.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're just gonna go through this waiting room, I imagine, customs.
It appears to be some sort of office.
Walk on through.
Some paperwork on the walls, mentioning something about retracting all children of the Absolute to the city, and then the city being sealed for outsiders.
No mention of the guardsman's birthday celebration.
Let me know if I missed anything when I get back.
Well,
Captain, remember my birthday.
there doesn't seem to be any birthday notices, except for the big festival, which you assume to be the Absolute's birthday.
Why is this guy here?
I don't know, you put him in there.
No, I did not.
It's entirely up to you.
And you make your way through.
Yep. Just keep marching on.
Yep. The city is very quiet. You peer inside a few other buildings as you make your way up to the top, and notice much the same. Anyone who was here, seemingly in a state of slumber.
Man, really smart of the Absolute to just hold himself inside his hidden city with slumbering guards.
This might be the stasis Kagami mentioned.
Wait. As you make your way here, you notice another gate blocking your way. This one having a seemingly obvious keyhole, though. Inside, a weird other side. Weird pile of cloth with a few more legs than you expect on a human is seemingly also in torpor in the middle of the square. You can see from the thing's side hanging a rather large looking key.
Do we
Okay,
really have to?
that is obvious. That is fucking obvious.
Is it a requirement to do the fucking Shivering Isles gatekeeper? Really?
It's not just the Shivering Isles gatekeeper, that's also the Dancing Lion Head and all that.
Well, George has seen an obvious trap like this before. In fact, it gave him a sweet sword, so he's going to make a cleave attack on it.
Damn, just attacking outright, huh? No attempt at stealth.
God damn it.
I mean, this would be the thing to let Aethif do, but
Well, I mean, if someone wants to stop
Nope,
George,
he's nope. George is already attacking. George has rolled the fucking attack.
If he's immediately attacking it, I'm immediately throwing a sphere of darkness around myself.
yeah, Sabina would immediately be throwing invisibility on herself.
Chan would immediately
instant
set her hands on
blindness
fire.
to all my allies.
Look, you want a tank?
Well, roll initiative, guys.
Okay, D10, right?
Yep, D10.
It was a hidden roll, but whatever.
Yeah, it's just like we use the normal roller.
I'm gonna roll for roll for stealth.
Egg already did it.
I was going to have
Oh, we
them
did?
just be...
For Sterk.
just move with Kagami as, like, just meat shield.
Well, once you've
Well,
yeah.
to attack it, I think George would have to be up here.
Did
No.
everyone input their
Actually,
did everyone
I
input
can
their thing?
attack from where I was.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you're using your kilometer.
Yeah.
Did everyone input their thing?
I did.
Yes.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Who has their thing at a 0? Why is the thing at a 0?
Maybe some of the empty ones?
Oh no, it's on me. Sorry. Because the NPCs have their thing on 0 for some reason.
Oh, nobody rolled Amaryllis or Sterk.
Amaryllis isn't here.
No, Bright rolled for Sterak.
I rolled for Sterek. There we go.
He could never forget his boyfriend.
Right. I believe George did an attack, so let's resolve that first. What did you roll for that?
It's just 4, which hits, but it's nothing special about it. It does have musculature though, so +1 damage.
Not sure the beam has musculature, but
It's nothing to say it doesn't. It's just first attack.
yeah, but it's a magic thing.
It also counts as melee
Yeah,
attack
sure.
for me, so
I'll say you get the musculature bonus on it.
Uh-huh.
It's not too bad.
so
In any
7.
case, that seems to have woken them up. The thing springs to life. A flurry of motion. An almost dance. And
Chan just groans. I always hated line dancers.
I mean, we've done this so
and,
many times now. There's no point waiting for it to surprise us.
Yep. It's going to move
George does say that to everyone.
to here. And it's going to breathe fire on you guys.
Neat. But it won't see them. It's George and Ghosting.
Well, Sabina's in invisibility.
So is Aethif and Shun.
Well,
It's just targeting the center of the darkness, which would hit
the
Aethif, Chun, and
target, wouldn't the center of it be the nigger who stabbed it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Why is it attacking?
It's dealing with
the random
it's dealing with the casters. Because it's not stupid.
It doesn't know
yeah,
this casters. What do you want about?
It was awoken by the fucker that shot a laser beam at it.
It was, yeah.
Enmity.
Makes
You know what? You're right.
George rear back with the sword, ready to.
You know what? If you really want me to if you really want me to change where it's aiming, sure, it hits this instead, I suppose.
See, this is why there's no point playing a tank. Because it doesn't fucking matter.
I'm sorry that you pulled accurate.
Because even in a situation where the enemy has no knowledge of the characters, it doesn't matter because it targets them anyway. So,
Alright.
The darkness is pretty
There's
fucking
actually
blindingly
no-
obvious.
yeah, there's
And
no
it's got AoE attacks.
But
It
would still be
knows something created it. Obviously something's fucking in it.
It could have been the absolute. It doesn't know.
It knows the absolute isn't well.
It's snowing
with you,
here
I suppose.
when it's cherry blossom area.
Anyway, let me roll
fine,
the
I'll
thing.
just play the DPS that can't. Well, second DPS that can't die.
Ooh, that's a hit. Reactions to 8 damage fireball.
8
damage.
Yep, 8
I'm
damage.
fine.
Any range defense?
6 of wands to shield that, and
It's magic, so it would be Skullbreaker and range defense.
just gonna take 2
quoted
damage, I
10. Yeah, you know what? I'm using
No, I don't beat it. So
6 to shield that, so that would be 1.
Why is your health already?
Oh. I mean, because I put 6.
The Black Flames.
No. Oh, okay.
Also, wasn't
Well,
Birdie working on armor at some point for me? I never got finished with it.
never got finished, mostly because no one reminded me.
You could have just worn the heavier armor.
I have no armor,
Steric's
period.
then?
Well, you could have worn their heavier armor. The
Steric is going to
Oh,
1,
too heavy.
2, 3, 4.
Oh, yeah, no,
five.
You never asked me for it.
I fucking mentioned it like twice.
He did mention it,
When?
but it kept getting forgotten. Anyway, why does
When
Steric
was
not
that?
have his cards?
Both when I mentioned it out of character when you were making armor for Verdant, and when we were leaving, I said that I should requisition some armor because I don't have any.
it was armor for Chun.
Oh, right.
Not to be pedantic.
You're making the
All right.
Oh, I didn't.
Steric drawing mostly pentacles is going to attempt to restrain the thing with a Prince of Pentacles. Let's see if he hits. I think he does. All right. The Prince of Pentacles hits, and you see the dancer separate off into 2 smaller ones. Well, these are meant to be smaller. Why are they the same size?
Bigger.
Yeah. One of them is grabbed by the pentacles, but the other isn't.
Which one is
And
damaged?
they're-
I'm just gonna put the main thing back on the field just so you can see it. The health bar is tracking it across them is a pain. There. Actually, hold on. It has 49.
So this
Both of them
means
are
the thing
damaged, by the way.
takes double damage from AoE.
Actually, hold on. It's 3 here. 3, 4 here.
Logan.
Hello.
This one is restrained. This one is free.
Okay, I see we're in combat.
Yes.
The restrained one is... What is the restrained one going to do? It's going to attempt to break the restraints. Actually, hold on. No. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so what are we fighting?
The dancing line things.
Cool.
It's going to
It had an obvious
spend.
key to the obvious locked gate. It was
And
sleeping.
it was
but,
obviously going to wake up.
Stop fucking rotating them, asshole.
They're backwards. Now they're facing
No,
forward.
they're
No,
not.
they're not.
They're not.
God damn it.
They're
They were
currently facing
backwards
away from
before.
us.
Yes, they are facing away from us.
Ah,
What's wrong with
perfect.
They're facing the side that I
man,
use to
that
control them,
actually,
which
I
is
don't
opposite
wanna know
you.
what's wrong with it.
Also, I was faced backwards. Weird.
Anyway, this one's going to spend some power to break the Prince of Pentacles. Let's see if it manages. Yeah, that does it. So it's free, it's May's turn. May, you're in darkness, so...
I am, indeed. So, I will empower the daggers with that when I summon them. So, that doesn't have duration at all anyways, so I guess
Right.
it's one. And then I will throw the daggers at the both of them.
Alright, roll it.
She's a huge fan of daggers.
Yes, indeed. That worked. Nice.
Alright, let's see. I believe that's one hit on your daggers on one of them, and
Several for the other one.
4 for the other one.
I have no idea how the math works on the damage there.
So it's going to eat 8 magic damage, you said?
Yeah, sure. Whatever that King of Swords works out into, and then I will also throw a damage or cantrip at one of them for damage, which is empowered to be 8 anyways. So that's
Actually, hold on. Yeah, like that. And then throw a cantrip on one of them and roll it.
yes with Weather Vane. So I'll throw it at the one that's more damaged.
It's going to respond to your provocations by splitting to not take the damage. Because taking May manifests a ballista bolt to fucking dome them, but they split just in time.
Ah, they're coy now.
Can I also throw this at them?
No, you can't because you already did your turn.
A almost useless card. It's a 2 of Swords.
Anyway, the dancer that's in this is going to attempt to chain lightning between Birdie and Starrick. For 6.
Jesus.
That is... This, I mean, Starrick has Pentacles, so he's just going to block that, but... 6 magic damage, George. Do you...
1 magic
he's gonna
damage,
pop.
actually.
He's going to pop the 4 Pentacles. Well, 6 total. I'm not sure about his magic resistance anymore.
His
I'm not
magic
sure he's even here.
resistance- Probably not. Actually, does his armor give him magic resistance? If so, then he takes nothing from that.
Alright, so he just ignores it. Eighth.
Munch.
Alright. Okay, so first off, what's that red circle?
That's darkness.
Darkness.
Made by May.
Yes.
It is friendly darkness. So you may not appreciate being in it on account of it being dark.
Unlike the denizens of Chicago, it's friendly darkness.
Yes. I'm just gonna start off by running up and doing some normal attacking on... Oh, wait a second.
All
Now
right,
I think
roll
of it. Actually, I should run here. Yeah. because I have my cleaving
Yeah.
ability. So anyway,
Roll it.
Yep. That's the wrong side.
Eh.
No, the first one blocked, so you don't get the second one anyways, but...
Okay, multi-attack, trying again.
The fish flourished, stepped on one of your swords. You followed up with a fucking crit. But I don't think they can deflect against it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. So you all see Aether get very pissed that someone stepped on one of his fancy swords given to him by his good friend George Birdie, and he fucking decapitates the two fish.
Whoa, good foot. Let's not be hasty. Work acquaintance.
This
okay?
battle will be over by the time Sabina joins in. So,
Okay, actually let me do the damage calculations because this might not be enough to kill.
Big on fish.
okay, the second one is definitely dead.
The second one is definitely dead. The first one, that's 4 damage, double, that's 8. Plus the 2. Okay, so if it pops, all of its... Actually, it can only do 4, so...
Survives with 1 health.
Yeah, it survives with 2 health.
Can Aether move out of the way?
So
Over to that
most
side?
of this thing's costume, the head is now an exposed sponge, and the other one's just fully decapitated.
I do not have the option to move further.
Right. Well,
It's George's turn.
first, I get 2 attacks to 10. So ranged.
Roll it.
Ranged cleave on one target, so just a line.
Yeah.
That's 6 plus the 1, 7.
The small ones can't.
Can't range defense.
Can they? Yeah, they can't range defense. The small ones, because the small ones are just tier 1 characters. So that's just a fucking dead fish.
George splits one in half, and then charges the second. And this is using Virtus. Seven. Virtus, that's a 3. Because technically I can wield them in 2 hands on one side of my body.
Alright, you hit once with Virtus, which is 2, I think.
No, it's 3. I can grip it with 2 hands.
It's right.
Actually, hang on. No, I've got whatchamacallit, action style. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. But 3 anyways for the musculature.
Yes.
No, I don't have musculature on the second attack. It's just 3. If I had musculature, it'd be 4.
Oh right, it's just the metal arm that gives you musculature, isn't it?
Yeah, so it would be 4. It would
in
be
that case.
4 with musculature. It's just 3.
Anyways, it takes the damage.
It's great.
You were offered one all the way back in. You were offered one all the way back in season 1. You refused to take it.
Yeah, but Virtus isn't going away. Right? That's just. It's going to be like the silver sword, just use against undead once I get a better set.
Anyway, it's I imagine Chun's turn.
Yes. Let's see.
Yeah, I can't do anything else.
She's going to rush forward, and fire breath would be fun, but let's see. Silencing strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Roll it.
Do I use my normal modifier or athletics for that? I forgot.
It's up to your +3, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, so then
because it's never the full skill check. It's up to your modifier,
yeah, but
anyways. Yeah, +3. All right.
Okay.
He literally can't block that because only a +2. How much damage does that thing do, or is it just silence? I forget.
it's a normal melee attack with the silencing on it.
Okay, in that
So
case,
you
just
have to
roll it to
roll
see
it.
what melee do.
Now, do you
So
silence
it's-
him with footwork or?
No.
What are you using to silence him?
Fist of Flurry, so that's 1, +2 from musculature, +3 from the cursed fire.
So that's 3 attacks. So that's 3 damage +3 from the cursed fire +2 from musculature, right?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
See, the fact that you're silence instructed means that it can't even split to avoid that damage. You're just bullying the fucking thing.
Well, it shouldn't have reacted to our attacks. Act like it's in stasis the entire time, damn it.
Well, had Eighth have chosen to just steal the key, it wouldn't have happened. But
True.
Yeah, he wasn't present at the moment.
Mentally or
anyway, it's going to step away from you on account of you having silencing strike for it. And a lightning bolt across Chun and
Silencing strike.
Eighth. It moved away. Silencing strike only works while it's within range of your strike.
Sorry, explain exactly what it's doing right now.
lightning.
Lightning bolt.
And like, yeah, how does that work?
Chaining it from Chun to you, basically.
So it has to explicitly
It's-
target me for this, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Haha, he forgets me.
Alright, it's doing Chun and George then, in which case... Well, George doesn't do much, but...
Ah, fuck
Alright,
off.
that's 6 damage to you. Also, I should have given it 3 back.
6 damage to who again?
6 damage to you and Chun.
No.
Yeah, it's no. No damage.
Don't care.
So it hits George. George just rings like a bell for a second, just stares at it blankly.
The
He just
duality
grounds it.
Shrugs.
defense. No, don't hit me. Go ahead and hit me.
George doesn't even try and block. He just
Alright.
lets it happen because it.
You know
doesn't
what?
matter.
Fuck it. I'm going to hero die that.
What, just not taking the damage?
Hang on. I
Goddamn
will expend
Overlord
my.
references.
Hang on. Can
Oh, I
expend
have
my
range defense
swift-
3.
Hang on. Can I expend my swift to step in front and take it for Chun?
The attack
No,
is
because it's
gonna-
already chained. It's already chained between you and Chun, so it's not really going to change that.
So yeah, I'm going to throw it back.
Yeah.
Break it down.
Chun
Damn,
fucking
Chun's
grabs
throwing
it
it back.
and throws it back. You see Chun start breakdancing, roll the attack just to see if it...
Hot potato type shit.
She's kind of sturdy with it.
Yep, there we go.
Hold on, it can technically avoid that.
Wait,
Nope.
does it have the talent so it can counter counters?
It can't counter, but it can stop your counter anyways. It doesn't throw it back at you.
Yeah, we don't
It
have
just-
the.
Okay, yeah, so it should be dead.
Well, yes, because that is enough for it to get fucking lightning bolted by its own lightning from Chun.
Yeah.
And Sabina didn't have to do anything this fight.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a wound from that shit.
And you see the thing fall apart into 2 smaller dancers. Well, that's that. Combat over.
Sabina, invisible since the start of the fight, says, "Good work, everyone. Let's get that key."
Sabina, could you heal me?
Fine, I guess you're my little pog champ. She'll.
Oh. Grab the key. Walk to the gate.
In another world, Aethith could have just been an annoying kid on Fortnite.
What do you mean in another world?
Well, I don't think
He's
Fortnite's
just
in
not
this.
lived that. No, he's just not lived that long yet.
Oh, I
Don't
see. This is
worry.
just the path. I understand.
Yeah.
Are you
It's like how,
implying
you
that
know,
this world is
technically,
doomed anyway?
yeah, it's like how Elder Scrolls is actually just set way before Fallout, you know? This is just set way before Manticore.
Is Fortnite
It's
in
the
Manticore?
same world.
No, it
World,
isn't.
baby.
No, it's not.
No. You wanted a fucking techno hellscape to be the far future of that world.
Anyways,
You get Fortnite.
anyways,
You solely are responsible.
you lot stick the giant key into the giant keyhole. It turns.
George does, yeah. Stick the key in the hole.
As you walk through the gate, a small, pleasant bell chimes.
Speaking of bell, George needs to re-up soundproofing of his armor because it's kind of been worn down.
And you make your way
it's
to
like critically hit, right?
you make your way up to the inner castle. As you yeah, doesn't really matter. The buildings here are staffed by more slumbering people.
Your audio's getting fucked.
It's is it? That's unfortunate.
A little bit.
It didn't seem bad to me. I mean, there was a tiny start of it. But
Your
Okay, then it's
ping
just
is
my
connection.
999, but
Yep.
you're fucked. Everyone else fine.
Is there are signs showing less of interest. There is two shrines, a hall of proclamations, a royal treasury, and the throne room.
Yeah, throne room's the only one we care about.
But
audio got
asking.
unfucked. Never mind, the audio got unfucked.
Huh.
Oh, I still see 999. Okay, the ping for Bright
yes.
Egg is good. There we go.
That was entirely our internet, but not us.
Yeah, I know. I see that. Yes.
In front of the throne room, two
Just like Buddy Cams to BLM, you are thwarted by this monitoring.
in front of the gate, two familiar looking figures. Though last time you saw them, they were somewhat cursed looking. These ones radiate a divine energy.
More metal for the forge.
They seem to be fully awake.
Let us pass.
The master is not accepting visitors.
Envoy of Willand, ally of Hakia and the Absolute, demands an audience.
They look at each other a bit. I'm afraid you will have to wait. The master is not accepting visitors.
I'm afraid that waiting is not an option today.
George is going to grip Glomranda.
Hold on.
Did they make any moves?
They seem to be standing at guard, but not. They don't seem to be actively antagonistic.
Sean steps forward. We are going to pass, and you are going to let us pass.
Oof, just barely.
On whose authority?
I'm the sword saint of the Absolute and his old friend. Let us pass.
They look at each other again. Give me a speed check on that.
When we killed these guys,
Sabina reiterates she's sword seen.
Nope, it's Shun's authority.
Oh well, damn. Actually,
Sabine really want to put herself in that line?
You know what?
Really?
Fuck it.
I mean, if you want to get hit, that's up to you.
We are trying to avoid the fight.
Sabina's gonna willpower into the Emperor.
To do what?
Well, they asked on whose authority.
Yeah, but whose authority is she presenting?
Don't use the absolute. I don't think that's a good idea.
No, she's using her authority. Specifically, the authority she learned under Carr, replicated twice.
So she's summoning Carr to do his authority thing.
How fast would I die if I disguised myself as the Absolute?
Instant.
Okay, I'm pretty sure Kagami would strangle you before the samurai could get to you.
No. She won't be the samurai. What would happen is she transforms.
Also, you've never seen him, so you don't know.
You want to kill yourself.
So Sabina is going to use replicate me and surge forth the power of true authority, making herself appear a more intimidating figure in their minds as she draws the runes, shouting, "Under my authority, you will stand aside and let us pass."
As you attempt this, you find that your spell fizzles. Your cards go back into your hands.
Okay, well, that's...
There is no authority here but the absolute.
Do I still get my roll?
Oh yeah, you still get an attempt. Had you channeled the absolute, that would have definitely worked, but channeling someone else is just not gonna work here.
Are they attracted to women?
No. In fact, you're 90% sure they're not even human.
Okay, so -2.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That is the best possible.
Invoking the power of a sword saint and your authority as and as a friend of the absolute, they seem to relent. They grant you access, though.
Shame, I would have melted you both down and used you for so much magic metal.
You would have tried.
Then reaches over Sabina and uses the long arm to smack the head.
The long arm of the law.
Someone smack George. I mean, if you want to hurt your hand, sure.
The internal castle is a very fancy looking place. Last time any of you have been here, it was
I got turned into metal.
Yeah, but not just you. The entire place was almost enchanted by the very presence of the absolute. Though now that power seems yeah, it's all still very fancy, but the palace lacks luster, as it were. Still,
also,
it's a
how many times has Chun succeeded on a difficult speech check?
I don't know. She hasn't tried many. Well, I'm not keeping
usually
that for her.
Those.
Yeah.
Keep a count.
I'm not keeping note for her. Yeah. You make your way through most of the palace to the throne room. This place still as radiant as ever, though it's snowing indoors.
What a jury place.
It's a very nice looking place. In fact, you imagine it would be plenty lively if anyone was awake or conscious. In front of you, a much smaller figure than you remember, sitting in a rather large throne.
Nice stairs.
Thanks, we paid plenty of craftsmen to make them. In any
Especially
case,
like the stairs painted on the stairs that don't match up with the stairs.
Sabina asks, Chun, are you the one that wants to speak first to him?
No, they do match the stairs. I thought the
they
grid
do match
was
the
messing with
stairs.
it. Yeah, no, the
No,
grid was messing with my perspective.
Yeah, because they're not perfectly grid aligned is the problem.
Oh, this
And
is
they
some
do
weird
look
engravings
really
on his
nice.
chair.
Listen, don't worry about the weird engravings on his chair.
Is that a dog or a man?
I
Don't
see
answer
I
that.
see at least one Mantor on there.
Don't concern yourself with the secrets of the Hagian
right.
Zodiac.
I forgot I'm a mentor now. I need to add in that movement speed. I have. Nice.
As who's doing the approaching? Who's
Not George.
Eighth of his.
So would Chun.
Greetings, O Absolute.
Visitors. Sooner than I had expected. I thought the capital would keep you busy for another few months.
If you were in trouble, you should have asked Willen to have come sooner.
This is a matter of internal strife.
It affects Willen greatly, your matter of internal strife.
Our deal with Willand will be upheld regardless. Different ruler, but the pacts still apply, all the same.
Different ruler, so you really are going to make the child the new absolute?
Close. I was to make the child a new god, and step down from the position myself.
And if the child becomes the god, with the powers of a god, wouldn't that weaken your position?
Necessary. The plans set in motion over 100 years ago, recently recklessly knocked down by the actions of a few. Though, in truth, those plans would have failed regardless. It seems that the ritual that petulant child, calling himself a necromancer, wishes to perform is our only way forward.
You mean Lord Abraxas?
Yes. That fool.
Yeah, the character. That's the guy that revived us, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
How nice of you to pay attention.
No, he seemingly specifically went out of his way to not. He seemingly specifically went out of his way to not chain your wills to him. So you're free to badmouth him as much as you want, honestly.
Honestly, based on him.
Regardless, I had not expected the Empire to make a move. And yet they have. A miscalculation, and one that I'm correcting.
You mean something about the writings in that colony of Hagia's?
I had sent Chun there to see the truth for herself. The reason why the chains of divinity strained so much tighter against me than they did the other gods. I'm already in a precarious position, as my existence ought be an impossibility. After all, no man shall rule Hagia and Apton. A god can, but where does that leave a being that is both?
You picked an odd place to delineate the splitting of hairs.
It is not my choice. Divinity has its rules. And the divine must obey them. Or suffer the consequence.
And this child that you're soon to empower will not have any consequences thus. The free divine just to roam Hagia and serve it as it whims.
The child will not know of the freedom of man. It won't strain against the chains, because the chains are all it will ever know.
So all you're doing is freeing yourself.
Yes. And Hagian needs a lord right now. One who can be present, rather than hidden away in a city that none but their offspring can access. This is the one place I'm safe from my own judgment. Though the fact that you've brought the child here complicates matters somewhat. It was meant to stay out of the Hidden City. The Hidden City itself was meant to be forgotten, never accessed by anyone again.
And why exactly didn't you tell us?
I was afraid that you would try and talk me out of it. After all, your whole group benefits from having a god at their side. Especially now. And the new Absolute would hold no loyalty towards you. Save for Chun, being a saint. And of course, Willand as a nation, having been bound by a contract from before its birth.
What do you think the new god would be like if it were to ascend? What is the core of the absolute divinity?
The construct known as the Absolute was always built on shaky grounds. A combination of Hagian and Aptonite tradition, and the will of a man who wished to destroy his enemies. What the will of the new man will be, I have no say in. I had only hoped that O'Hara would have raised him properly, though it seems he failed to hold you back.
How quickly do you think the child will reach maturity?
Within 3 years, he would be ready to take my place.
I still don't think this is a good idea. Trusting a complete unknown.
And what if all fails? What if it doesn't go exactly as planned?
If things don't go as planned, we're doomed anyways. I don't know if you've noticed, but the Empire hasn't been idle. They have been sizing up Hagia and Apton, as well as the other nations. In fact, I believe they've taken parts of Estia in recent times.
It's news to me.
Fortunately, we don't have quite the network of spies that we ought to.
Word travels slow, especially when the acquisitions are more than happy about it.
I would have
Regardless,
assumed
what they can't take by trade, they will take by force. And I believe they feel the powers arrayed against them. This eclipse will be our last chance to strike, I suppose.
and the dead will devour the sun.
Perhaps. Should we all live through that? Perhaps the new Absolute would welcome us as advisors.
You have established a precedent. You would know best. Do you take advices?
Look around you. The hall you just walked through. A seat for every advisor. Except, of course, Lord Kagami. My personal messenger and scribe. Taken quite well to the role of general, I see.
With some assistance.
As a good general, lot.
There's another point of concern I have. I am bound to the Absolute. And you, God, might not really let me keep my freedoms.
Or be so understanding about the bonds you had formerly.
Yes.
The name of Chun has been engraved in Hagia since around the same time as mine has. I doubt you would lose your power, but he might use you as a tool, should he see fit. Not that I haven't done much the same.
Yes, but you actually respect my choices. You are the are the God who knows that I'm. While respecting of authority, I tend to be a troublemaker. Not as much as Asuf.
And news that you haven't quite acknowledged, Chun has been formally invited to join the Callisto family. I do appreciate any congratulations you may be uttering. As she's marrying my sister, she says, as if chewing up something sour as she says it.
It's odd that you can see a note of surprise on a creature that doesn't have a face. I suppose congratulations. I suppose congratulations are in order.
Imagine that, me marrying.
And I would prefer if some deity didn't take control of one of my new sister-in-laws.
Your chains, much like your powers, are bound to Hagia itself. When this new lord rises, should you desire your freedom so, all you have to do is leave the continent.
So,
And with your new marriage in tow, I doubt you would desire to stay anyhow.
what? Exile myself from my own home?
Stronger have done more for less.
Let us entertain the idea that I would willingly do that. What do you think are the odds of you actually succeeding? This has never been done before.
Nothing I've ever done has been done before. But I'd say I've made a good show of it. And should I fail this, I suppose it's not my problem anymore.
And should you succeed, Kagami was under the impression that you would die. Not quite
The chains...
not quite in the position to leave Hagia having a lord and a god.
Kagami had believed I would transfer my humanity to the child, reincarnate myself, and leave an empty shell of a god. I'm doing much the opposite. I'm sending my divinity away. And the shell of man shall remain standing, provided it's not smited down by its divine side. It is nice to converse once again. I had spent almost a year in isolation up here, with save Kagami for company.
Chan rolls her eyes. I did send letters.
They were always appreciated. Though it's difficult to hear your tone parsed through Kagami's mouth. No offense to either.
Some taken.
If you really wish to have audience more frequently, I do recommend that you cease putting efforts into this and instead in pinning some rituals or something that would allow you to converse more often with the allies of your personage.
I'm unable to do that. This place, the throne room in particular, is the one place I can exist free of the punishment of my chains. I can do most anything in here and not feel the wrath of the divine. I can assume you understand why it's important I stay here without too many outside interruptions.
Then welcome further people into your halls.
Every new
As I've
arrival...
heard, you've taken many wives before.
Every new arrival, every shred of the outside compromises the integrity of this place. I have taken wives, but they've not sat in the throne room ever.
How honored am I to hear such?
Unfortunately, I only pick women of Hagia.
Sabina laughs to herself. I wasn't offering. Though a god would be an interesting sport, she says, curtsying.
Yes, from what I've seen, the wolves often prefer the fairer sex.
She shoots daggers at Chun.
Wow, you're just staring her down right in front of the absolute, huh? And after you said she's getting married, that's kind of like...
So anyways, the exact reason you are difficulty existing as both man and god is because Higgy and Abton, in an ancient text that no one really knows about, it is stated that Higgy and Abton cannot be ruled by the same god. Is that correct?
The text is irrelevant. What it represents is what's important. You've seen the state of Hagia and Abton right now. Rebellions across the board because people know, deep down in their bones, that they are not one people.
And forge a new nation. Take the jagged pieces and smash them together to forge a brighter future.
You would suggest I wipe out every Hagian or Abtonite to the last? Build an empire on top of bones?
No, just provide for them a new name. You yourself said you're free from the wrath of your chains in here. Why not make some adjustments when you're so free? Metaphorically speaking.
You are relatively speaking a new god. You should be able to define yourself to some extent, considering that you are part human.
You were there at the tournament, Chun. You saw the state I was in when I tried to expand my borders to a tiny island that no one else had claimed. To try and exert that level of force over a nation would likely kill me. Curse this human form.
Well, things aren't going to get much better by you abdicating responsibility.
In fact, I'm fairly certain it's likely going to get worse.
Should I spend the 3 years necessary to divest myself of divinity? And should that child be brought up properly, all will be well.
If. You are a rather stable leader now, outside of your own self-doubts. Luckily, you have a wise sword saint here that is ready and willing to besiege a couple cities, just to find a child that allows her access to slap sense into you. Aren't you lucky?
So what do you suggest? I cast aside hundreds of years of, 100 years of planning to gamble it all on the off chance that I can do so again at a time more convenient to you?
You're putting it awfully selfishly, but yes. That is the standpoint of the current envoy of Willand.
I may have another suggestion.
Let us hear it then.
Abnatega cannot be ruled by the same god. Singular. How about...
The same man, singular.
Same man, okay.
A god can do it, as they were always of the same religion, more or less.
Well, how about then you don't? Not as a man, or rather, rule Hegia as a man, and have an, let's say, vassal, somewhat independent in Abton.
That would still require me divest myself of divinity. And throwing it away, if I'm to rule as a man, it would. And throwing it away seems, well, wasteful, doesn't it? So I hand it off to the child, who will never know the strain of the chains, for it has never known anything else. In turn, I save its mother, my last wife, my favorite too. And I step down from my golden cage. Once again free.
Counter proposal. Since it's a issue of timing on Willen's part, and I suppose our good friend Abraxas, if things are brought significantly out of order, I would say there's no harm in allowing the child to grow up in more tutelage. It's only, as of what I hear, 6 weeks old, though the physiology is concerningly growing rapidly. I would say allow them to invest more time in learning. Have them follow in your footsteps, watching you from this cage.
The problem with that is that it would defeat the whole point. I wish to raise a child that has never known the desires or whims of a man, so as to never strain against the chains of a god. Giving it enough time to grow on its own, to become a fully fledged individual before taking the divinity upon itself, would just produce another one like me. Even if they do learn all the correct lessons, the divinity would still constrain them. At that rate, I may as well stay on the throne myself.
Aethip decides against volunteering to become the next god.
This is my homeland.
So he leaves the option open.
He thinks in his head before saying this. He does not say it aloud.
I was very clear that he didn't say the shit.
The thing is, right? You haven't visited the shrine of the shrine of the written here, but everything, including thoughts, is specifically deliberately written down in the inner castle. So he probably does know you thought that. But he just
I thought it for a reason. Look, the point is, I thought it, but I didn't say it. Hence, it's out there. Aethip knew what he was doing.
Yeah, still, I'm not sure if he would address.
He didn't say it.
I'm not sure if he would address it if you didn't say it out loud.
No, I'm not asking.
But,
no, he doesn't need to address it. The point is.
Yeah, I know. I'm just considering.
It's now in permanent record that he was under consideration for God.
I'm just considering whether he would outright whether he would call you out on it.
He likely would.
He likely would. Bold intentions there, thief. But the hidden ways, yeah, the hidden ways cannot claim godhood.
I wouldn't be able to go out and have fun, so honestly, I don't think I want the position.
Speaking of claiming godhood, Sabine asks, as a personal question, does divesting power in any way lessen your restraints?
Granting power doesn't. I would have to make someone else the next absolute, as it were, entirely.
So only in whole does it work. What a shame.
So you can't just split the divinity amongst some of your children to create a pantheon.
The problem is that even as I'm divesting the power now, the chains grow tighter. Should I try to split it, they would strangle me. Maybe I could divest it had I a pantheon of saints. Though I would not doom any I trust so to carry my burdens for me.
Yes, I would have to refuse godhood.
Same.
Sabina shrugs. That is the nature of such friendships. How fickle.
So, to be clear, I would have refused it even if I hadn't known about the shackles.
I wouldn't necessarily have. He confesses.
God of thieves. God of thieves one.
Yeah.
How humble of you.
Okay, so out of character, the core of the issue is his humanity and the fact that he rules both countries.
The problem comes from the fact that he is both human and divine. And the human part can't rule over both countries, the divine part can. So both are constrained.
And also
in a
the
sense.
fact that it's apparently a metaphysical pain in the ass to try to, loophole it.
Yeah, so
he has been trying to loop.
Right?
He has been trying to loophole it for the past 80 years, basically, ever since the war in Hagia.
What about a vessel for his divinity? George
Well,
will
that's what
actively
he's doing
be
right
thinking,
now.
I'll just make a metal body.
That's what his plan is right now, is a vessel for the divinity.
Out of character, he wants it to be a fresh child, so that it never
Please
it never knows what it lost. Listen, I'm not the one here.
There's nothing wrong with those words.
Yeah. But he doesn't want the
It sounds like produce. It's like, yes, this is a fresh apple.
To be fair, that is exactly how they're treating it.
That's exactly how he looks at his kids. That is exactly how he treats his children.
Yeah, the thing is, he's not uncaring towards his kids.
He literally didn't give a shit that the guy who killed one of his kids walked in the room.
To be fair, many people have killed some of his kids. It's not
uncommon.
It happens all the time. You get fucking used to it.
So you're saying he forgives me and it wasn't direct?
Well, Carr didn't get used to it.
Although at the thought of infanticide, George is going to have several furious thoughts.
Well, the problem with Carr is that his kids never tried to rise up and kill him several times, repeatedly, over the course of a couple of generations.
Yeah.
Sabina's planning. In any case,
that's not written on the wall.
In any case, he is somewhat of a bastard.
I mean, yes, obviously.
Yeah, he's Chun's
He has to
friend.
be. He is a warlord who conquered an entire continent and became a god. He wouldn't have been able to do this without being a bastard.
But let's see, where was the conversation in person?
We were discussing the loopholing thing, I believe.
Well,
Yeah, it is rather difficult to loophole it.
No loopholing was written in the
No.
world.
Yes.
But I'm just gonna say George's thoughts. Just cross that because he thought the metal body. But why must it be one of your blood that becomes a god in this way? If you're really passing on the divine, the name of the absolute, and all the tenets that go with it, i.e., the chains, why does it have to be physically a man? So you may kill that which is human in it.
I do not trust anything inherently inhuman to handle this task. As Kagami has no doubt elucidated you, should a uncaring, unfeeling god rise to the throne, all of Hagia would stagnate, turn itself into a crystalline, perfect version of itself that never changes, no matter what the outside world requires.
And you think a child without any conception of much of the reality around it is going to be much better than that? I mean, obviously you made the plan, but it bears repeating.
I am aware of the nature of the child. I know that even still it desires. It is just not yet ken to what its desires mean. And that is preferably how we should keep it. With its humanity comes potential for change. A metal form would not suit this purpose. Huh. Perhaps, had I had the necromancer to hand, I would have simply raised the construct for this purpose. Though finding someone fitting for the position is difficult in and of itself.
For the position of necromancer or for the position of construct?
Absolute. Because in theory, it doesn't necessarily have to be a living person. Just someone with the capacity to change is good enough.
Well, in that case, Chun is going to throw the name of their master into the ring. What about Master Liu Wei? He is a man of honor.
I am not sure how he would handle the divinity. The man may have had honor, but if I recall correctly, he was also an absolute tyrant.
How fat God.
And he hadn't ascended himself. Had he been the one who ascended, I doubt he would have much issues handling the burdens, at the very least.
Well, I'm certain we can contact our good friend Abraxas. He's putting in some preparations on his own, but I'm certain he can facilitate someone to allow you to interview the dead. It would.
I have the Aptonite priests. They can hold seances with the deceased. It is the core of the religion, after all. Raising them is a different matter, however. I have yet to figure out how he does it.
Such is beyond the powers of a god. Fascinating.
It is beyond the power of a
Necromancy
Hagian god, to be precise.
Necromancy is a human art through and through. Most divine abhor the undead, even gods of the dead.
I'd imagine they would hate it the most, since, stealing their
Yeah.
property and shit.
I wonder what's going to go happen on the funerary aisles.
A very pissed off goddess is about to be very pissed off.
Didn't we just put some work in reviving that goddess's cult?
Yeah, we said like 20,000 people there to worship them.
We should really.
The divine doesn't particularly care for this. The divine doesn't particularly care about this.
So,
I mean,
we have an idea. Let's ask our dead master.
Yeah, you have several.
And again, I have doubts about him. I had considered him when this plan was first forming. I had come to the solution of an unborn of a nascent child as an unfortunate but necessary compromise.
I'm certain you can likely see thousands upon thousands of Hagians that have the spark of worthiness for them. You merely must ask and reach out their hand for them to take it willingly. Among the dead, presumably much greater numbers. And I'm certain
all the same, who I transfer it to doesn't ultimately matter. Transfer it all the same I must, and that child would have died without this power anyhow. So would its mother.
Is that the case?
The mother was already dying. The childbirth would have taken its last toll. And I fear the child would have suffered the same fate. Better I save them both, even if it means damning one of them to divinity.
What if you were to step down as the human ruler of both lands?
Well, there'd still need to be some human ruler that would eventually be the top of both lands.
If I were to rule as only divine, I would need someone I could trust in both nations. And
points at Kagami.
One of your children.
Kagami.
it is questionable whether it would work, as I would technically be in charge, even if not officially. No.
And in all matters but theological, you do give them the power, the decision.
It had been
merely
rather
offer guidance when they ask you, like a god should.
By the way,
it had been.
Go on.
It had been a rather difficult prospect, considering the demon in the sky, to trust someone enough to hold both lands and handle matters of state correctly. Were the timing different, I would agree.
This is quite annoying.
Quite.
So you can't just, I don't know, entrust Hege to Lord Kagami, and I think Abton used to have some sort of high priest.
The priesthood of Apton, as it stands in Kagami, would come to blows within weeks. Even without truly concentrated leadership on the Hagian side, the Aptonites took up a revolt, balancing these two nations and their frayed allegiance to each other is an act worthy of the most daring of our acrobats.
But you would be unchained.
I would. Though, the question of leaving this nation better off than when I had started would not be resolved.
Godhood, not at all, not chalked up to be as much as stories make it out to be.
It would certainly have been better were I a god of vengeance or something. Lot less rules and regulations to follow with that. But no, I had chosen Hagia when I ascended, and Hagia I am.
Why are you not vengeance anyway? I know that, this is what... Why aren't you vengeance anyway? I know that this is what drives me.
Well, it's not like a friend of yours would be the god of tits and wine.
When I get my freedom, I will have to inquire how they became that. Seems a much grander prospect than suffering over the minutiae of every word in ancient traditions.
Wouldn't the traditions have changed a lot? Why are they still applicable?
Because the people still hold them.
Do they?
As you've been both divine and ruler, you could have changed those at any point.
I cannot rewrite the rules that make me a god in the first place.
You
could have
can't.
influenced them. You could have
then why
shifted
not
subtly over time.
I have been nudging them since I became a god. The Howling Shores belong to us now because of such nudging. It is not as simple as breaking the chains with my own willpower. The chains are rules that go beyond our world. The same thing that demons obey, the same thing gods obey. All of it was written at the beginning of time. Going about changing it, as you imagine, is a rather delicate process.
What? At the beginning of time, there was a creator who looked at Hagi and Abton and said that they would never be ruled by the same man.
Sounds like a rule
At the
of a man to me.
At the beginning of time, the rules were written as they are now. Everything that followed since followed from those rules. The existence of Hagi and Apton is a permutation of such. But the greater force we refer to as divinity has its own rules. The gods, those daring enough to whisper about it, claim it has a mind of its own too. I have felt it. I have felt it hold the chains that strangle me. and with the same hand I have felt it give me this power. Don't know if it's a thinking being of its own, or just the rules being enforced as they were written.
Truly a shame that you can't just pull back on those chains to see what restricts you so. Stare it deep in the eyes. But only such a willing heroic figure could do something like that.
Even if I could, I would probably choose not to. It saved Hagia before through application of its rules or merely its whims. I would not dishonor it in such a fashion.
And yet it would let a demon ascend to godhood. That's an interesting rule.
They operate of the same origin, as it were. Gods and demons, that is. The gods cultivate and protect. The demons do not but consume. Such has always been the way. Rarely ever did the gods themselves fight back.
Speaking of demons, Brett, I have a question. What does Papa think of all this?
You can't seem to fetch outside assistance in this place. You might want to step outside and talk to him.
In that case, what would I guess that he would think of this?
He's not typically fond of gods because he considers them cowards, on account of the whole not actively hunting down other demons thing.
But
Car from a whole continent away, nodding his head.
Would I be able to or would I have a good impression of what his preferred outcome in this situation would be?
He doesn't have a stake in it, but were he here, he would attempt to purchase the divinity off the man.
So exactly what I would have guessed.
Okay, does anyone have any brothers?
I guess these all would have been thoughts that went through May's head at various times during the conversation.
Yes,
he was probably aware of.
He does not acknowledge them because he does not acknowledge your Papa as a creature.
Papa, the Otto is definitely a creature. Of commerce.
In that case, I don't think May has much input at all here, but that's fine.
So does anyone have any good ideas that don't resolve in Chun having to?
So what are you even hoping to achieve here? Because
become a god.
Ideally, he would keep the divinity.
You want him to keep the divinity.
To have another kid. We know exactly one character that will.
It's not about just having. Yeah, it's not just about having another kid. It's the freedom he wants to, as it were, personally take up a sword as a human and march over to the Empire lands when the time is right, and fucking put an end to them.
Right. He chose to become a god. He chose to
become a god. He chose to become a god in a moment of desperation after his entire sect, including Chun, was murdered to the man by the Empire.
And now but he still made the decision, and now he wants to back out of it because it doesn't feel good anymore. No.
Yeah, he wants to back out of it because this was not the deal, at least not in his mind.
All right. Well, George will look at him and say, "If you do give up your divinity and become a man, and you fight on the field, I will kill you for dooming your child to this fate."
The child would not know different. That is the whole point of this.
Oh,
So you
but
would
could
rob it of the chance at life because you're tired. You aren't a father, you're a failure.
Call me what you will.
What? Say that again?
If and Birdie both on Kill Team Absolute.
I don't think Aethif cares. I think Aethif just wants the divinity. Or at least...
Well, if he steals the divinity, he becomes divinity of Hagia. He's not going to be able to steal much anymore.
To be specific, he finds it amusing the idea of putting himself up. He doesn't actually want it, and the Absolute knows this.
Yes. As for George's interruptions,
George is disgusted because George was a dad, and he.
The thing is, the kid would have died without him doing this. He could have possibly saved it. Well, probably just performed a miracle. But
a miracle or two.
He has. I'm sure you've passed through the fucking hidden city. All of those buildings were staffed by people who are either children, grandchildren, or great grandchildren of his. They are all he has a lot of fucking children.
How many in comparison to the car?
You can't rule
more
as man and divine. So give up your spot as man. Become a god and institute some of your kids. Or our very own Lord Kagami here, or others like him. Entrust the mortals to rule themselves and watch gracefully as a god would. You know a form of peace, if that's what you're so desired.
Were I to give up my humanity without so much as a question, there is every possibility that destroying that part of myself leaves nothing but the divinity and all of the power to freeze Hagia in place.
I don't think that is exactly what George meant. He meant abdicate as the ruler of both countries, but remain a god who walks the earth.
That is exactly what I meant. As Chin says.
I believe we've already been through this. Who exactly would I put on the throne?
Ah, now he actually volunteers.
Kagami seems to be the best option.
There are lists of candidates, I'm sure. You have your own children, you have Lord Kagami, and you also have your darling sword saint that's going to be marrying into the Callisto family.
All of you would make great choices for Hagia, but what of Apton? Could you promise to yourself that you would not come to blow with them, no matter how abstinent they may be?
Yes.
There is always the option.
The absolute
rulership.
The absolute
really
can
run this.
The absolute can 100% say with confidence that you're full of shit. You would have their leadership assassinated. You would have their leadership assassinated the second one of them said something.
What? No. Hatheth actually would really enjoy this challenge.
Yeah, the challenge in assassinating them.
No,
Exactly.
if part of the rules
Yeah.
of the challenge are not killing them, then he wouldn't kill them.
Okay,
Look,
kill everyone around them.
it said nothing about wounding them.
Or torturing them.
Yeah.
Okay. No, coming to blows was the term. Anyway, point is, he would be very interested in finding a non-violent way of doing this.
Aethif
No one
interested in
believes that.
non-violence? That doesn't seem likely.
Nobody
That doesn't seem in
believes that.
character.
I didn't say being nice. I said non-violence.
Again, doesn't seem in character. Especially
he
not
wasn't.
considering.
I'm
No.
this is highly
Especially,
character.
no, especially considering. While Spider was training you, you said you didn't particularly care about the whole non-violence thing that he had going on.
No. Aethif tortured one in Willet non-violently. You know, the guy who disguised himself as and hanged himself.
No violence involved.
I'm glad.
Nobody harmed.
I'm glad you understand. Because that's exactly the sort of thing I was imagining.
You always have the option of instituting a twin leadership. Have the Aptenites elect their own. You elect
Right,
one Zahagia, and just rule as God
Were I to
guidance.
Were I to become a pure god, I would not approve of a joint leadership. You've seen the tablets yourselves.
What
And
tablets?
simply have both countries separate but united under your faith.
Separate but equal.
This
Both
is
follow
how,
the
They were-
same tenets.
this is how it has been for thousands of years.
And do you remember what we called that period, Shun? The Warring States?
That was mostly because Hegi was splintered at the time.
Hagia was splintered, and any attempt made by Apton to unify any of them resulted in another war. I think, right now, at this moment, none of us can afford another war.
And yet you plunged your own country into one.
Did you see the casualty counts out there?
Surprisingly low considering the usual wars, yeah.
Aside from the people you've killed, a grand total of 700 died. That's less than normally die of old age in Hagia.
Wait, hold on a second.
You still caused a supreme expenditure of resources, and have distracted a great deal of your own administration in causing this war.
Let them sharpen their blades for now. They'll need them soon.
That's actually something I can agree with.
Fantastic. Keep that spirit going and remain in that chair, and you can wait for another opportunity to roll around to abdicate if you wish.
So you would have me act as the god at your back for the upcoming war?
Frankly, yes. Because quite frankly, this sounds like it was a bet of your own making. You do wish to abdicate, and I'm not unempathetic to this. However, you currently have the ability to think about the more complex strategical ways of using your powers, and I have no proof of your god that comes after to do much the same thing. Even if they are bound to the agreements to help Will out, I have no assurances that they will do so in the most fitting of ways.
The alliance between me and Willand is entirely military based. My own powers do not come into this. And as you've said yourself, this is a bet of my making, so I am fixing it myself.
You're not fixing it, you're weaseling out of it.
Abdicating. You're abdicating the bed yourself.
You've tracked sand into your sheets, and now you're complaining that it's grating against your legs.
Aside from all the poor metaphors, I am saying that before this exercise in self-war, there have been no issues I've ever heard of from the country of Hagia and Apton. And you knowing about the existence of these tablets, you sent Chun out to find such knowledge, and to cause this whole event to spiral out.
I had sent Chun away, both as a means to keep her distant, and so that she may learn why this is happening.
Knowing that your childhood friend would stop you from doing something stupid.
Knowing that she needed a god that she could trust. Knowing that she would consider this a foolish attempt.
So you say that I need a god I can trust. Yet you wish to give the godhood to someone I do not know. Someone I cannot trust by definition.
That is why I've wished to avoid this conversation.
Because there's a huge gap in your plan.
I can trust that child. After all, I am its father. You cannot. Kagami
You
cannot.
can't trust any of your other children?
Fathers cannot always trust their children.
I would not
Frankly,
put. I would not put any of the children who would know this is a cage into this cage.
Frankly,
Then why
after
not
seeing
give
your
them a
last
choice?
rebellious child, I wouldn't trust them just being your child.
You
Why
mean
not
O'Hara?
give them the choice you never
Despite-
feel you had?
You mean O'Hara? Despite his obstinance, he was a most faithful servant. He fought you to the last.
As I said as much when we spoke the first time on meeting him.
Well, as these conversations go on, the more George is shifting towards Team Kill the Absolute.
Why don't I give them the choice that I never had? Because I know some of them. Most of them. They are dumb enough to think that the power and the responsibility are weighed heavily in the favor of the former, not the latter.
Well, then test, then give them the choice.
Too proud to step down like I am. No, it has to be someone who does not know of the chains. It's best this way.
That's a lie you're telling yourself to make yourself feel better. You know it.
If I truly wanted this prison upon anyone who would understand it as such, I would have already given it away.
You're robbing someone of the chance at life. They didn't
had
ask
gifted
to
them
be brought
that-
into this world.
I had given them that chance to begin with. And do you think their life would be a difficult one in this position? Look around you. A truly free god of Hagia who could enjoy all of this. Do you think they would mind being a god?
The crux of the matter is you're still introducing a huge element of uncertainty at a crucial time.
After, of course, speaking about the fact that they don't know what enjoyment even is, all the human elements, being that the fact they were born human.
You think the human you think all of this around us is mostly human enjoyment? No. These pillars are arrayed in such a fashion because that is the tradition. This entire room built to perfection for someone who would appreciate that tradition. And frankly, I've run out of the patience to do so.
And you think a nascent human-born god is not going to get bored?
Boredom, maybe, but not the suffering. This, after all, would be everything they knew.
I'm certain they will begin to ask questions at some point. They'll start figuring out places that they are not, and seeing a world larger than this room. Maybe not by their own eyes, their own ears, their own senses. But they will figure it out.
And perhaps they would seek to conquer those lands then. Expand Hagia, all the better.
Or, alternatively, grow to disdain this room, the same room that you yourself are disdaining.
Then they can pass it on to. Then they can pass it on to their child, for all I care.
And that's the important part. You don't care. You just want to wash your hands of it.
Hence why I suggest you delay this, because you're not solving any problems right now. You're causing new ones and letting everyone else take them so you can have some temporary freedom. You who desires to abdicate godhood does not need to abdicate godhood as of yet. When comes time that Kagami says to us that you fear losing godhood, then that is the time that you shall abdicate. Not a second before then.
That time had gone and passed before you were born.
It'll come and go again.
He's just going to pipe up and say this conversation is growing somewhat tiresome. Allow me to step out for a moment.
May is going outside to take a smoke.
Not quite.
Joel's just sat there radiating very disappointed, angry dad energy.
At whom?
The absolute. Just utterly disgusting.
Right. How annoying is George being right now?
Well, he's a petty noble merc who lost the chance to raise his own kids, so he's quite upset, and he's not hiding his thoughts.
How unkind are those thoughts?
Not murderous, just disgusted and very disappointed.
How annoyed would the absolute be by all of this? Probably very. George, you start feeling some of the metal get stripped from your bones.
Oh, I do now, do I?
Yes. They're turning back into normal bones.
Oh, denying him the prize he won. That was agreed upon by Hagian tradition.
When you when Sean mentions this, he stops doing it, annoyed at himself for being annoyed enough at George to even begin.
Sabina sees this interaction and steps closer once more. She says, That is why. You can still be advised, you can still be restrained from doing actions that are unwise to yourself and others.
Give me a speed check.
Not our best.
Man,
I wish I had luck die on this character.
It is still a decent check, and he does very much agree with what you just said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped doing it to George.
I want to make it a note that as George felt the metal seeping out of him, the disgust only got a bit firmer.
You've made your point. So what am I to do then? Leave this child to die without the power?
Leave the child to die? No, you're its father. Take care of it.
Make
Solve
it a
your
saint.
family issues.
Would that I could, but if you desire me to use my divinity for the upcoming war, I have to prepare. Wasting power on performing miracles that ultimately gain us nothing. It's, well, unwise.
You had high hopes for that
Unless,
child.
I did, but it will grow up to be a normal adult without this power, and all that hope will have been lost, possibly for another 80 years.
And were you an unfortunate sot that couldn't do things on your own as a man?
No. But
Your
my
child
parents
will-
had abandoned me to the master.
Well, imagine what your child could get up to. You may even have some competition in godhood in the future.
Fine then.
You wish for someone to take your place. Raise the child to understand the responsibility. And give it the choice when he's of age.
There is no understanding these chains. They choke regardless. They choke because the divide between God and man was not meant to be bridged in this way.
Sabina's unfortunate side thought about Chun's choker.
The Absolute was kind enough to not mention it until now.
Specifically designed to choke. In fact, actually, if Chun wanted, she could tighten it.
Fine then. You've convinced me to postpone this for another however long this takes.
Oh, I just figured we'd keep the conversation going until it was too late.
Think
Yes, for the 3 years that takes for this process to go through.
Yeah.
We just talk here.
That isn't in character. Yeah.
So, sorry.
Well, either
I was
way,
gonna say,
those of us in the room, some of us, will still be here at that time.
Well, most of us actually.
while I stepped out of the room, I was gonna try and contact Papa and see if I can reach him there. And then in real life, I spilled a cup of silicone resin silicone on my
Why were you
pants
playing
and
with
desk and chair.
Why?
Silicone as in beads or like fluid, or what are we talking here?
Silicone as in like 2-part mold making silicone that I just mixed
Oh
together.
God.
Playing with that just
Now?
idly.
Why aren't you cleaning that up actively?
Because I am.
It hardens.
It will harden,
In
yes.
response to physical trauma?
No, it hardens in response to being left to cure after it's mixed.
So don't
So
leave
now
it to
there's-
cure. Stop arguing. Get on with it.
Anyways,
I am fucking cleaning it.
Kagami seems relieved that you've managed to convince his lord out of it. Though, by the end there, he was sort of seeing his point of it.
Well,
The Absolute is annoyed, but he figured this was going to happen, which is why he tried to send you away.
well, he did make good points. The problem is the timing.
Yeah.
And the other problem is the other problem is
failure of a father.
The other problem is Chun's a woman and she doesn't care about good arguments.
She's also never going to lose to him.
Regardless.
Average woman behavior.
Play at your feet, never admit defeat.
So, are we gonna say the silicone accident in another world prevented me from getting in touch with Papa, or does he have any thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, he would have likely told you to try and get the divinity at a good price if he could, but
yeah.
Otto on his cellular little line is like, I sneezed, the messed up paint job on Warhammer figurines. Call back.
Anyways,
a permanent blue stain in my carpet and on my chair.
Oh god, you are on a carpet.
Well, you've done it to yourself.
Well,
So.
Okay.
Oh god, he was painting
Much like
Ultramarines.
the absolute
No.
hold on. Lie in it.
I was already gonna
It's
make
actually-
Ultramarines group.
No, it's actually even slightly better than that because I mixed the silicone with color changing pigment. So it's gonna change from slightly purple to blue if it heats up.
Wash
Good
it
job.
out.
It's not gonna
Well-
wash out. It's better, but it's not perfect. Also, my pants
Right.
will.
Yeah, wait, can't you just melt it with a solvent? Yeah, can't you get it with a solvent or something?
Yeah, put
somewhat
solvent on a
now.
carpet. That's a good idea.
Yes.
I just did.
Well, if it's-
you think I just poured rubbing alcohol in it. I don't know if that dissolves silicone, but I'm trying.
I don't think
Obviously,
it
once
does.
It might while it's liquid, but once it cures, it's not. Nothing will.
Yeah. Anyways, you've successfully convinced the Absolute of the fact that you would prefer to have a god in battle than not.
Yay.
As you're about to turn and leave, he says, "Wait. It would be rude of me as a friend. It would be rude of me as a friend to not celebrate the upcoming wedding. And thank you for coming out here to see me." He tosses a coin over to Chun.
Hmm.
Now roll to catch it.
Check for each of you. Grab something from the treasury as a wedding gift.
My thanks.
Now get out of here before I change my mind again.
Sabina scoffs. Promise Chun doesn't have to come back too frequently to change your mind.
Who knows? I'm going to be a
It's-
Callisto, so I might come back to marry again.
Eighth of things.
I've
you can
already-
read my mind, so I won't try to. I won't try to exploit the situation.
I've already called off the ritual. Starting it up again. Well, best to do it with another child, I think.
All right. Following that,
Kagami, leave the
and
Kagami,
whisper
leave the
to,
baby here. It would be unwise to take it outside. Consequences might catch up to it.
May's going to step back inside following that and looking a bit disappointed, ask for a recap of what she missed.
Zarek says,
Sorted.
Godman not
Godman.
child.
Godman acquiesced. No, he's not a caveman. He's just
He's not.
rough. I think.
Okay, no, he's not rough. Sabina is.
No, she's rough.
Nobody in the room would have awareness of that.
Bow bow.
I know. I don't know. She looks pretty soft.
Do you want to test that, Sean?
One of Callisto's guards definitely was rough.
I mean, I look at that picture and all I'm thinking of is.
Anyways,
Sorry.
you I imagine you take the opportunity to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
though in,
Let's
though in
visit
passing,
the.
though in passing, Sabina may say, as long as tradition doesn't hamper you, try meeting some more Callistos sometime and see if you change your mind on that.
Right, it's 1 in the morning for me.
This is more.
This is the wrap up.
This is basically where it ends. It's just
Right, I'm gonna go now because I'm fucking exhausted.
Yeah. Go sleep.
All right, we'll pick your treasure for you.
I want to properly
I don't
express
trust
my
any of you to
amusement
do that.
at
I get 2 treasures.
at unreliable Pac-Con
Yeah.
being unreliable for otherworld reasons.
The unreliable pact was unreliable specifically because the throne room was disconnected more so than anything else.
No, it was unreliable when I stepped out of the throne room for otherworld reasons.
Of course.
Look, it was just poor cellular reception of the throne room.
Unreliable silicate problems.
That was different.
Why does the guy here have a health bar?
But,
I think it's
in case you're stupid. No, in case you're stupid enough to try and rob this place.
in the
Because he can probably solo the whole party. I'm just gonna tell you right now.
I did want to say that May would offer her services on the potential issue of death of people if
offer insurance.
No, not insurance.
I just noticed he didn't have his name.
Resurrection of a sort.
Oh, I thought you were going to say offer services for the newest heir.
God, no.
Anyway,
Do you think May has any more interest than Aethith in being that
I thought you
god?
said she wasn't he wasn't going to offer, is what I thought you said. Anyway.
Oh, no. I was saying offer to make either the mother, child, or both vampires.
Look, Sabina would have offered her own services for godhood if she didn't have goals that required her being mortal for it.
Oh. Halt. What brings you here?
Sean holds up the coin.
Ah, I see. A favor from the master. I had thought he was not allowing visitors.
He changed his mind.
All the better. A sword saint should never be denied, even by the master.
I happen to agree. Thank you.
I wouldn't
Now then.
continue saying such things near him.
He trusts me enough to guard his treasury. He trusts me enough to naysay him.
Okay, well,
now then,
It's more than you're
are
allowed,
you?
so it's bad absolute. No more gold.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
The most valuable thing I can find.
Values difficult around this part.
What about most of
these are priceless. Also, how the fuck do you see that? That's like up a flight of stairs and then down a diving board.
He has a very good.
I thought we were going in there to look for what to pick.
Well, it's up to you. You could ask the treasurer to try and fetch something for you, or you could you're allowed to check it out yourself.
Sabina looks up the stairway. Is that a treasure bath that way?
It's not intended as a bath, though I suppose one could.
Please don't break your bones.
Eighth, that golden dragon statue seems somewhat familiar to you, but you can't quite place a finger on it. Also, it looks like it's watching you.
If I move, does it continue to watch me?
Yes.
Oh, that makes it even more useful. I take it. Or at least I'm considering it. Also, I literally see nothing else in this room.
Sabina,
There is a
ask
bunch of stuff in the piles. It's just, well, can't 3D model everything without crashing the fucking game, can I?
Yeah.
Anyways.
In which case, I'll need to hear about what there is.
Sabina would
Yep.
ask if there's something for augmenting the scope of magical power.
We have books on magics not read by anyone in the last 20 years. We have elixirs. I would recommend one of the wines. It's quite a vintage.
Oh, what do the wines do? Aside from providing a good time.
Yes. He goes off into the side room, fetches a bottle.
It looks like she can...
You examined the wine that he's holding. You don't really know the label, but you can tell that it's packed with enough power that should drinking it not kill you, it's certainly going to expand your magical powers.
Ah, and I have no tolerance.
Well, just sip on it.
She
It is
looks
it is
over,
a
what is nigga whiskey from the hood?
nigga. He looks at the bottle. Oh, this one's from the hood. I thought I brought the one from the barrel. It's just as far as you can tell a free magic talent or magic tradition point.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Wonderful. What about the rest of you? He goes off the log the fact that one of the wines has been taken.
One of.
Oh, it's not much of a collection if he doesn't have multiples, is it?
What kind of wines are there?
How many do you have to make it a collection?
That's the type of question that doesn't make a collector.
I have 2 Warhammer figurines. Does that count as a collection?
No, it doesn't.
The narrator might well know that. The answer to that question, though.
So what other sorts of wine does he have?
All sorts. Bunch of different stuff. Some are just really really good, expensive wine. Some have power to them. It's really the place here. Well, you would say it rivals Otto's selection, but the fact that Otto has an infinite amount of space sort of disproves that.
Yeah.
Still, did anyone else go into the treasure pile, or was it just Aethif?
I mean,
You know what? I'm just going to check it out.
peruse.
Sabina wants to add value to the treasure pile by making it the treasure bath.
Sabina, you I think you might recognize that. Was Sabina on Soleil's Island?
No.
No? Sean definitely would.
Yes, but I wasn't there.
Well,
It's one of the golden dragons that was
yeah.
what's her name? Soleil's guarding Soleil's little lava palace.
What the fuck it's doing here is well, it's an unknown, but it certainly fits, what with being made of solid gold. Or rather soft gold, as you might recall.
So what does it do?
Currently it's staring at you.
Okay. John question, what does it do if she eats it?
Makes you relatively sick because I think eating that much solid gold is bad for your health.
Ah, come on. That can't be true.
I mean, she can't die.
I think the main problem would just be the constipation you get with it trying to come out the other end. Gold should be relatively inert biologically.
Well, sure, but I think eating that much of anything is going to make you ill.
Oh yeah,
well,
probably
but I
kill
think
you.
it'll make you. I think it'll make you ill and kill you because you can't pass it.
That being said, very few people have experienced a solid gold steak.
True.
Life goals have now increased. Well, look, it's soft enough to chew.
It is. In fact, this one's rather soft even for that. Possibly due to the magic.
So
this is
what
just
would it do if we were to take it? Is it just valuable?
Well, it is a pet. Or a minion, closer. But you're fairly certain Soleil still sees through the thing.
Actually, was Sabina ever introduced to Talon's grandmother?
Sabina was there at the wedding, at the very least.
Oh, she doesn't know anything about the statue, though.
True. But it is a statue of living gold that seems to be enjoying its time in the totally not bath of the gold coin pile.
About the dragon thing, right?
I was going to pet it.
Sabina goes into a pile
the
of
animal handling.
I don't think I have anything there. Let me check. No.
It snaps at your hand.
I'm not taking that one. So anything that would increase John's power as a saint?
I mean, it's a question of what you're looking for exactly. Because regular magic items aren't going to do you much good.
Look, if you want to increase your power as a saint, just carry around a banner of Hagia and plant it wherever you're fighting.
What about something that would make Aethith better at Aethithing?
I think Aethith's already perfect at Aethithing, to be honest.
There's a second dull cloak.
A duller cloak.
The problem with the dull cloak is that you can't really stack it because
But no, he swaps out the dull cloak, so one cloak effect is activated. It is then broken.
The fact
he activates the second.
The fact that it happened once is what prevents it from happening again, not the fact that the cloak runs out of magic or something.
Ooh, fancy.
In fact, the cloak is very dull no matter when you look at it.
That's why I always wear it. I don't want it to look too dull.
The fucking cloak clasp. The fucking cloak clasp you have is the most noticeable thing, honestly.
I thought I just hold it up all the time since I have spare limbs anyway.
I mean, you do have a copper cloak clasp, but
No, No, I use the
Whether it's yeah, whether you wear it or you just fucking keep it on you for some reason. Anyways, what would make Aethith better at Aethifing? I have no fucking idea. I think Aethif's already too good at Aethifing, to be honest.
Alright, what's the most expensive thing here?
Oh, that is a difficult question. Because, like the guy said, a bunch of this stuff is priceless in value. One-of-a-kind unique pieces that nowhere else you could find.
Including the people that are in here.
John smiles at a compliment.
Shun smiles at the compliment again, but this time it's Aethith.
One thing in this room, I picked Chunhua as my slave.
Oh. She is technically owned by the Absolute, so I think that might
actually be valid.
possibly, potentially, but I think she's gonna beat you to death if you do. So
Slave
Even
rebellion,
if you
slave
succeed.
rebellion! God damn it. The Lincoln curse.
Mm.
Trying to get the slaves to kill the children. Yeah, so, okay, so, yeah, never mind, actually.
Thing is, I'm not sure what would make Aethith better at Aethifing. Because I don't think it's physically possible for him to be better at Aethifing.
Fair enough.
He is the
You could probably pick up a scroll. You could probably pick up a scroll to do some different minor arts. Because I think his minor arts are currently lacking. Because his majors are pretty good, but he rarely ever uses minor arts.
Yeah. That is true. I am curious what these orange and red piles are.
Different colored coins.
Ooh.
The red ones you would recognize. The red ones you would recognize as adamantite coins, which are 10 times the value of a platinum coin, which is 10 times the value of a gold. So each of those is fucking 100 gold. Real pricey stuff.
Mm.
How comfortable are the adamantine coins compared to the gold coins?
They're all solid coins. No one's like pumping air into them to aerate them to make them swimmable. It's all rather uncomfortable.
Well, no, the gold coins are softer if they're made of solid gold. If they're just plated gold, it's different.
Either way, they're still way harder than your flesh.
Yeah, they're not like solid 100% gold, specifically so they're not too malleable. You don't want them to be too malleable.
Also, is adamantite, what is it density-wise? Is it like super strong aluminum, or is it like heavy and strong?
It is very light, very strong.
So it's super aluminum?
Think like density of aluminum, but strength of steel, if not stronger.
So titanium?
No, titanium is actually denser
that's
than aluminum.
titanium is
Yeah.
pretty dense, but
Stronger.
yeah,
Look,
Like it's less dense than steel, more dense than aluminum, but
titanium is a decent close approximation, but
look, being able to hug a pile of adamantium coins is still a goal, and it is achieved on this day.
you feel like River has more, but you know you'd be lying to yourself.
You feel like River has more
See, all of her money is in the economy, so it feels like she has more, even if she doesn't actually.
Damn her and her liquid assets.
It's the void taxation.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Tax avoidance is not a crime.
It's an obligation.
No, avoidance. Avoidance legitimately isn't.
Yeah, it's an obligation.
Yeah. Anyway, should we just leave our party off swimming through piles of money?
Yes.
No. Chan wants more power, but what is there to have to increase her power? Basically, that's the current state of a character she was inspired by.
The very respectable position of eighth of slave.
How about let's see. Breathing and meditation techniques that would let you regain one stamina per combat, or one stamina at the end of any combat, not just at long rests.
Okay. Let's mark that.
That is extremely powerful.
It is. I do need to ask George. I need to ask George and Sabina to make a better braces that would increase her unarmed damage.
Apparently, you don't want Sabina involved in the process of making any item, because so far all the ones that she makes for herself are.
Well, I think the fucking effect on the wand is pretty decent, because it's just three free health on any illusion you summon.
Oh yeah, but health is easier to surpass than DR per hit.
Yeah.
What, you wanted the illusions to have DR? No, not because that'd be too powerful, but because I'm not fucking tracking that. That's why.
You're saying you're not tracking damage reduction, you're tracking damage taken.
I am tracking damage reduction for things I absolutely have to track damage reduction for. If I can get away with not doing that, it's a lot easier on me.
Look, last time we were here, Invader walked away with 5 MR, 5 physical resistance.
Yes. But he also became entirely bone and he also became entirely metal and loses it if he ever decides to not be a skeleton anymore.
Well, good thing he chose to forever be a skeleton.
Oh, yes. You, however, cannot choose that. Your skeleton is not yet hatched.
As if her skeleton's gonna hatch in 4 years.
I would tend to pray that never happens.
What is May looking for here? Anything in particular? Does she want to start a collection?
I'm torn between something interesting and something that would either like boost her magic or physical abilities, or possibly if they have any information, maybe on like vampires and stuff. I don't know what history they would have.
I mean, they would, but it's not
probably not the right
exactly
place
like
for it.
Yeah, it's not like you wouldn't find it elsewhere, and this isn't really the regular library. This is like the collector's edition enchanted books that no one's seen for decades.
Maybe they'd have some interesting artifacts, but this probably isn't the right place in the world for that.
Hell,
also
they could probably honestly, one of the few places that could probably get you a bottle of vampire's blood, but
what would that do?
Not exactly sure what you do with that. Well, it would let you turn someone into a more powerful vampire than just your major arcana. Or it would let you what would it do for you just in general? It would probably
Could if she a higher generation of vampire?
Yeah, basically. But the question is what would that do mechanically for her? I think it would just increase her pool size and give her another death arcana. But
okay. I mean, I need to rethink my reward because one tradition is
I mean,
Maybe it's well. If you got the one from the hood, but maybe if it's the one from the barrel, it's 2 traditions. You know, it has a much worse flavor, though. You know,
better.
I'm half tempted to
Still,
say
it's-
Because I'm still trying to bridge the gap of the 3 traditions and the loss of luck dice that I have for not paying
you
attention.
you could probably find one of the dice here.
the fact that I don't have artisan spells on any of my things is a thing that I have been meaning to rectify.
Actually, thinking about that, is there anything that gives me a wider scope of artisan spells?
What,
Like I
just
can add
another skill?
Yeah.
What skill would Sabina even want?
No, we have speech. Her willpower is pretty good. She's never had to use intimidate. I'd really just have to think about this.
Does it even make sense to do that twice?
Well, it gives her another skill plus 3, and well, that's about it. And there are skill books that would basically do the exact same thing. Which is why I'm considering calling it here and just letting you decide.
Yeah, sounds good.
Letting us shop around. All right. Well, I'm gonna just
Anyway,
end the stream right now then because we're 4 hours in. It's a good place.
Cool.
Take care, everyone.